Welcome to the Winds of Chaos, the Dungeons & Dragons campaign where you can influence the course of the game. You can harness the Winds of Chaos, this nefarious force of change sweeping across the lands of Gondara, by donating bits during the stream to help or hinder our heroes. For 300 bits, our heroes may find a useful, mundane, non-magical item. For 400 or 500 bits, you can buff the monsters that our heroes are facing with a minor or major mutation, respectively. Special thanks to our community's very own Bo the Distance for creating the random monster mutation table that we roll on for these redeems. For 600 bits, you can compel a player character's flaw. 700 bits grants inspiration to one player character. That's a reroll of a d20 during a clutch moment. And for 800 bits, you can make Flutter die roll on the Wild Magic Surge table, our community's favorite. Flutter's character, Kiona, is a wild magic sorcerer. That means that she doesn't have full control over her arcane powers, and every now and then, well, you'll just have to wait and see what happens. Finally, subscribers to the Dungeon Masters channel, that's Twitch TV/GhostPepper, can harness the Winds of Chaos to blow a custom NPC or magic item of appropriate level into the party's path. Please DM me on Discord for more info. Oh, one last thing. If you're a regular supporter of this campaign and redeeming or subscribing or things like that are things that you do fairly regularly, please consider subscribing to our monthly coffee plan. We use the proceeds from that to go directly towards funding improvements to the game, music, artwork, subscriptions to different services that make our game that much better. Any monthly supporters get a free Major Monster Mutation, Wild Magic Surge, custom NPC, or magic item once per month. We really appreciate all of our coffee subscribers, all of our bits redeemers, and every single one of you who watches the game. Please enjoy the show. Hey, welcome everybody. Oh my goodness. There was a little there was a little oh no! The green bar is back. No, Flutter, don't speak. Don't speak. Okay, you're good.
Don't speak.
You're good.
That's what
You're
I was
good.
thinking.
No, just let you say it.
Exactly where my brain went.
Oh my goodness.
We're all of a certain age.
Yeah. Tell how old we are.
Oh my goodness, Flutter, 20 months. There's a little alert box there. Where did that come from? That shouldn't be there. But I'm not gonna fix it now because we're live.
Wait, yeah.
Also,
You might need to. Did you turn off your points and stuff?
Oh
Your
yeah.
sounds?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I turned all that off for
God.
sure. Yeah.
Well, and we definitely didn't screw up the stream announcement at all.
Not even a little bit.
Oh.
Flumps, why would you say such a thing? I can't
I don't
imagine
know.
how that could have happened.
I mean, it kind of goes without saying, right? Like, we definitely didn't all look at that message and just, think it was fine.
And approve of it before we sent it out.
What's wrong with it?
Nothing.
It's fine with it.
Okay.
It was never.
Well, I see the little edited tag, and I believe I sent it out. And I believe I sent it out after that edited tag appeared.
You did.
Yeah, you did,
Okay.
which is good because we
Expressing
fixed the
our
thing. That was wrong.
undying devotion to you, our
'Cause you-
GM.
Because
You misspelled bowels. Oh no.
bowels.
It's the bowls.
Bowls.
Is it bowls? See, look, I knew I did something wrong. It's
Of the
still wrong.
fortress.
So
Okay.
listen, it's
Is this
fine.
still- is this still wrong?
Chaos.
It better not.
Well,
be.
because I misspelled that apparently. But
It says bowls. It says
Yeah,
bowls.
so
That's
look.
it.
And
I'm
I
editing it.
tweeted it too.
fine.
I tweeted it too.
Ghost
Flutter.
Pepper.
Oh no.
trusted me with a thing and you didn't read it through before you did a thing with it? Like, come on.
I was in a
From now
rush. I was in a rush.
So disappointed in you.
From now
We
on,
all
in a
copied them
rush.
from the same one, you guys. Listen,
Look at it. Before
I am
we
not.
figure it out.
I am not.
Yeah, we have to use
I should not be trusted with these things.
Polyflumps, you are very quiet to me. and I have you at 140%
That's true.
volume.
I was gonna say I had
Yeah.
him at 142.
Oh, that's weird. Hold on. Let me check if anything has changed. Voice and video. No.
I can crank you up more.
But I said that.
I don't think I can reasonably get much closer than this to my mic.
Okay, I'm gonna
Sorry.
crank you up more.
Yeah, go for it.
200%.
Oh my gosh, really? Wow.
Yeah, there you go.
200.
That's so strange.
Meridius, no.
Whatever.
No,
There, I
this
fixed
is
it.
not. This is not episode 69, part 4. No.
It is though.
Yes.
Actually,
No, it's not.
It's
part
like
3.
Winds of
69 part
Chaos.
3 because part 2.5 was a dream state. I think.
This is like our
Oh,
AD.
goodness.
It's after 69.
Oh my goodness. Oh, the green bar is back on
Is that
Woof
better?
too.
I don't know if that's better. Am I
Oh,
any louder?
man.
I don't know.
That's a bit better.
Okay. I just noticed that this thing,
Oh yeah.
these little lights, I think my nieces might have messed with it at some
Your
point.
nieces were playing live streamer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for picking out your ghost. Appreciate it.
On
Yeah.
the drive to work to preschool this morning, my nieces, they went to a festival and they each won a stuffy in D&D. They won but the littlest one, she's got a bow and arrow and she won an archery contest, and then the other one did like some like a combat, like a joust or whatever. Anyway, and then on the way home, they slew a dragon. It was crazy. They're having so much
Nice.
fun.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they've been wanting to play for so long, and so we've been doing it for the last like couple weeks.
Beachhead's so excited.
Beachhead. They kissed and held hands. Mazara and Kiona definitely kissed and held hands a couple episodes back. And occasionally we'll hold hands now.
I love it.
That's pretty much as far as it's going. This is the moment.
I love Oh my goodness. Lenny, they go all the way up to episode 69, part 350, and then the next episode is 420.
Yes. Oh, please, let's do that. I would adore that.
That would be
69.350.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like
Oh
it.
my god.
Oh my goodness. Well, welcome everybody. I realize that the Sirenscape music isn't. There we go. Bring that music back up for chat. Oh boy. It has been a couple of weeks, let me tell you. But in D&D news today, we had our first ever as a school like school club and team trade show where it's like every club, student council, every sports team set up a little booth.
That's cool.
And my D&D club kids, they set up a little thing where you could roll a d20 to win some candy, and they put an episode of Critical Role on their laptop.
Oh my
and
god! I bet you that's going to be so much more popular next year.
Yeah, so we got a whole bunch of kids say that they wanted to sign up for it.
Yeah, that's cool. Yes, we shall multiply.
Yeah.
It's all working out according to plan.
Yes. Except for the part where they decide that they want to explore D&D live streams on Twitch and they find this one.
No.
Oh god, they
then-
better not.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
They'll start with Critical Role, surely.
Yes.
Or High Rollers or something,
That's-
right?
Critical Role,
We're
High
fine.
Rollers.
Listen,
yeah.
we talk. That's
less
what we do.
popular than they are, so
We're
Yeah,
just this
that's
much.
true.
There's like
We are in
Critical
danger,
Role,
you know.
High Rollers, and then us. We're like, I can't even tuck it in underneath. Like so close.
By micro points.
Yeah. Well, you guys know what they say. Critical Role is the gateway drug to the Winds of Chaos, right?
That's right. That's
That's
Critical
just,
Role is the gateway
matter of
drug to
time.
Winds of Chaos. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, people start at Critical
deep
Role,
cuts.
and then they come over here.
Yeah.
They know where that's at.
Because they say this D&D thing looks really fun, but the production quality over here is way too high. It's way too slick over here.
I'm gonna need somebody with lower standards and quality, if that's okay.
We're international. You can't be.
I corrected that blurb 3 times, Ghost. At first, it did have Call of Flumps's channel listed instead of yours. That's what was. This is the quality that I'm saying you get with this channel.
You literally shouted out me tonight at first. Like, oh my god. And then Vinyl came in like, Polly, it's all wrong.
In Flumps's chat, I didn't see Ghost Pepper's chatting until like after Flumps told me that I put the wrong link in the blurb, and I was like, "Oh,
good. That's so
man.
good. Oh my goodness.
We are such professionals.
The professional voiceovers for the interactions and everything. Yeah, I know, right, leader? Like people are like, nah. We need that Ghost Pepper guy's accents.
Right? You do great character voices.
No.
I mean, that is the thing.
Yes, you do. That's one of, I don't know if she's told you, Ghost, but she said to me multiple times that that's one of the things that she loves about you as a DM. Like, she's always been so impressed by it.
Well, that's so,
and
that's so kind.
Same here, to be fair.
That's so kind, and that's so incredibly generous of you to say.
Chad, I think we should get Ghost to do more accents.
Yeah,
no,
absolutely.
That's disabled right now. Yeah.
Oh shit.
There's gonna be no lumpy space princess vampire from another dimension.
We just need to make sure to get the name
Elmo
of every
Darth Vader.
NPC that we talk to. First and last and personal history.
Hey, Peter.
Hi, Peter.
That was one of the worst things when I'm doing like the D&D club and I'm doing like the character voices. So we went to Downfall in Wild Beyond the Witchlight, where there's all the frog people. So I'm trying to do like frog people voices, and
that's so good. What?
And it's like the principal walks in, and I'm like, no, don't look at me.
Because
he just openly laughs at me.
You can just slip into an accent. It's just crazy. I just don't even know.
I'm gonna need you to do an Irish Santa on his summer vacation voice.
Oh my god. Is there like a table that y'all are rolling on somewhere? Like,
I don't know where they come up with this. Apparently Bard Owl has a list.
Just
I don't know.
spin on 3 different tables and then just put them together.
It's like a Shakespeare insult generator.
If you guys have a table, please send it to me. I'll use it in my campaign for like NPCs.
Oh, Vinyl's here, Peter's here, Pug is here, Beach End's here, Leader's here. I know Leader has been expressing some interest in possibly making a guest return to the show, returning to the show for a session or 2.
Yeah.
I hope we're able to organize that.
That'd be so cool.
I don't want to put anything in Leader's mouth. I don't want to make promises on his behalf that but I'm hoping we can arrange something. We need Leader's so cool. OP rolls as long as there's not a door.
Right.
True.
Right.
That's true.
New dungeon, Hall of Doors.
You know what I was thinking, Leader? Could be perfect. I don't know if you've been like leveling up your character or whatever. You should like dip into some kind of spellcaster and get like the enlarge reduce spell. And every time your character comes upon a door, they just like shrink it down and then the door just falls over, like whether it's locked or not. Like pops and then you never have to worry about doors ever again. Yeah.
Speaking of that spell, we have a diminution potion, just FYI.
Oh, yeah.
We need to use point.
If you pour that on an object, does it work, Ghost? How does that?
What's that?
When you drink it.
Pour
Oh,
what
you
on
have to
electric?
drink it. Okay.
Yeah.
Like a
If
potion
it's a
of
potion, you have to
diminution.
drink it.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I'm all right today, Peter. Thank you.
You know what's hilarious, Ghost? My players. So I told you we ran like a tiny little combat thing last night till 1 in the morning. Anyway. They came up with something that had never occurred to me in a year and a half of playing. They were like, well, what happens if we throw a potion at an ally and it like breaks on their wounds or whatever? Like, will it heal them? I was like, if I allowed that, I'd make you make a dexterity check or something to like a ranged attack or whatever. But
that's gotta be something that you 100% homebrew. That's not
because that's not a default reaction, right? And I was like, that's interesting though. I don't know, it could be fun. They're just like chucking health potions at each other. Like I don't know.
There's nothing saying that you can't make a healing salve that just has the properties of a potion of healing, except you
what about like people that heal with like a misty healing thing? Like you could have a jar of that, like because like think about like
you down.
a monk's healing
like a misto,
or something like druid's healing spells.
Look, Monster gets holy water soon.
What if a druid could just
people with?
Right, spray people.
You're just like to the zombies. You're like
that. Like a spray bottle, like you'd be pretty good. So good. No, I was thinking about a thing that you could throw, and then like a plant would grow, and like a flower would swallow you, and then you would be healed. That would be cool, right?
Yeah,
it's amazing. True.
Okay.
If I break a bottle of Pepto-Bismol over your stomach, it won't do anything about your tummy ache. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Ghost Pepper.
But if you have like a chest cough, what is Megan doing? Megan, you're messing up the overlay.
I was gonna do this later, but you won't shut up. I'm interrupting this D&D broadcast for a very important announcement. Chat. 19 years ago on this day, in a small town in rural Pennsylvania on a rainy afternoon, the man you called Ghost Pepper agreed to marry me.
Yes.
You fool.
It's more the other way around.
I was there, you guys. As a witness, I can bear this.
It's the beginning of quite possibly the craziest and most amazing adventure that I've ever been on. So I just came in to say happy anniversary. Thank you for putting up with me for this long. And I want to chat to know that this has been going on for 19 years. This crazy, everything you see on Divorce Court, just that nonstop for 19 years.
Oh my god.
And this is the part where I make my husband burst into flames. I love you now like I love you then. Our wedding song is Everything I Do It For You. So think of us when you hear that song. I'm gonna let you maybe actually do D&D sometimes this century, but I needed to break in and say that. Happy anniversary, my dear.
Oh, thank you so much. Happy anniversary. I love you too. Thanks for putting up with me for way too long. Which nobody should have to do that. But
I mean, I feel the same way about me. So mwah, mwah, mwah. Thank you to everyone for letting me break in. I did warn everyone else that I was going to do this, just not Ghost Pepper.
Oh, okay.
We all knew.
Bye.
Right on. Bye.
You guys.
We love you.
Are hella cute.
You guys. Yeah.
Here's to 19 more, or 40 more, or 60 more, right? Like
infinity
like forever more.
Oh wait. Yeah, all the more.
All the somethings. Whatever.
Hell yeah.
300 more years. I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, gosh. And
God leader.
This is what a great wife Megan is that the Winds of Chaos is happening every Tuesday. It's our anniversary, and it's like, yeah, we'll just celebrate it on the weekend when things calm down. But Tuesdays for D&D. And let's talk about Collier. Oh no.
Did you see Leader's comment? I want to die.
Thank you for putting up with the ghost for roughly my lifespan. I know.
My God,
Leader.
so old.
Yeah, we lasted longer than Leader has. Yeah.
Oh no.
There you go. Well, speaking of D&D,
right.
Gosh, Collie, I'm so glad to hear that you got like this little campaign brewing. I'm so glad that we have this thing on Fridays that we do. Like a year and a half ago when we started Winds of Chaos, I thought to myself, man, this is such a cool little Twitch community, but it's missing something. I think a lot of these people would love D&D, and I'm just so glad that we've got a little D&D virus going around infecting everybody here. Everybody's getting bit by the bug.
Listen, you guys all need to start playing D&D and spreading it around, because then everywhere I go, I can just find a game to play.
Oh yeah.
That's all. That's my goal.
And ultimately,
every time I go places.
Ultimately, that's my goal too, as a forever DM, is to spread it around so that, maybe someday there will be a game for me to play in.
God. Yeah.
Look, you're talking to the wrong person. I do not DM these things. You've seen what I do. Not good.
Yes, I am going to be a player in Megan's game, and I'm a player in Person's game as well.
Yeah.
So it's happening. It's happening. I'm getting to play.
I can't wait for Megan's game. You guys, holy crap, that's so exciting. It's going to be so good.
I guess the pandemic has delayed my invite to play arriving. It's lost in the mail or something. Aren't you a butler? Aren't you a butler in the other game? Oh my goodness. All right. Well, let's get this started. We have a bit of a roleplay warm-up question. It is our question of the day, which is, does your character regret any particular choice the party has made, or anything that the party has done? Do you have regrets over what you as a party have done over the course of this campaign? If you in chat have some guest character who's guested in the Winds of Chaos campaign, feel free to answer that question. If you have your own character in your own D&D game, past, present, would you like to share what regrets from the party's actions? So while our players are thinking of that, I have a few thank yous to distribute. Number one, thank you to all of our coffee subscribers. Our coffee subscribers for the month of May were Bard Owl, Showgraz, Bruce Campbell Soup. I always forget one. It's on the tip of my tongue. Sloth Siren. Yeah, so thank you to all of our coffee subscribers. As we said in the intro, there it is. Okay. All proceeds from the coffee monthly membership, which is the same as a Twitch subscription, go towards improving the campaign. So the music that you're listening to, the World Anvil that we're slowly but surely working on, some of the software like Dungeon Draft and Wonder Draft that allow us to make our really cool maps, the subscription to Roll20 that gives us access to things like dynamic lighting that make our virtual tabletop experience more interesting for the players and more entertaining for you. All of those things come from that coffee subscription, and when you get that, you also get the bits rewards that are as good as or better than the subscription. So you get a major monster mutation, or a magic item, or a custom NPC, or a wild magic surge with that. So thank you so much to our supporters for that. Second thank you goes to Bo the Distance and Starboard Striker for being our rules lawyers. They're always there to help us when an unexpected situation comes up where there's a couple questions about, how do the mechanics actually work in this situation? What's the ruling? What's the rule? 5th edition is all about rulings, not rules. So we like to hear about. So first of all, what is the rule? And then we kind of decide to go from there. But these questions would grind the gameplay to a halt if we didn't have Bo and Megan here to help us out. And then final thank you goes to Vinyl Stencil for always being there to help us. Thanks for the hydrate. Vinyl Stencil for always being around to help us with those Winds of Chaos bits redeems. So if folks redeem some bits and there's some follow-up questions to be asked, Vinyl takes care of that, which is absolutely amazing because once again stops us from having to stop gameplay. And certainly not leastly is thank you to all of you just for being here and chatting. There's so much chatting happening right now that it's distracting me as I'm saying this. So let's just move on to regrets. Do you have any regrets for what the party has done? I saw Goldrill up earlier. Regrets taking on that door. Which, leader, listen. Yeah, you said you will forever be that guy who fails at taking on doors or whatever. But that's also a thing from Critical Role. It's a meme that expands across the D&D community. Is that doors are the true final boss. Who else do we have? I may have missed all the other regrets. So if you've posted something, can you please repost it in the chat, and I'll catch it this time. I promise.
Chat goes by so fast.
Yeah, chat's been going by way too fast. Yeah. So I missed it. So if you've posted a regret, please repost it, and I'll be able to read it. Darfin regrets being born. That's not something. That's not something that his adventuring party did, unless his parents were in that adventuring party together. What about you guys? Let's start with Kiona. What does Kiona regret?
Kiona agrees with Pugworth. She does not regret anything. I think Kiona is a no regrets kind of person. Like, she doesn't see any logic in regretting things because she can't change them once they're done, and she's not really unhappy with where she's at right now, like in terms of Mazra and Foodle and like all of the things that are going on in her life. So I think that she has no reason to have any regrets. She didn't make everybody in her family die, so they didn't do that to her. So I yeah.
Excellent. All right. Peter regrets it every time Agnikai opens her mouth or blinks or breathes really. Wow.
Oh God.
Wow. Okay. How about Foodle?
Foodle has a couple regrets, one of which is probably going to come up, soonish. So I don't want to spoil that one yet. But I think one of his biggest regrets is being able to bury his loved ones from Lumbrel. Like his best friend died at the gates of Lumbrel trying to defend while everyone was getting out in the first session ever. And Foodle had to go. And by the time they made it back, it was a year and a half later and the body was long gone. And anyway, so that's just one example. I mean, there was probably others who had died in that attack. But
do you regret anything that the party did, though, as a whole?
Oh, that's true. I guess that was a more specific question. There's at least one that jumped to mind, but it's something that I want to maybe have come out.
Okay. No spoilers then.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it.
There might be more anyway, but
All right. Woof, what about Mazra? What does she
mean,
regret that the party did?
The answer of this should be obvious.
I think I know a specific moment.
She will never forgive anyone for going through that portal ever.
Yeah.
She will carry that grudge to the day she dies.
Yeah, that is
What?
definitely. We all knew that answer before it happened. Moment.
It just led to one little dragon encounter. Like, get over
where
it.
we all died.
Get
Yeah.
over it.
Come
This
on.
one-
No, that's
one
But then
little
OP
TPK.
Kiona came and saved everybody's ass. It's fine.
No, that was the one time that I think she's felt like the most like impotent, I guess is the right word, or like I don't know what the right word is, but like powerless, I guess.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense.
Well,
She
one of
likes
them,
to
I
be in
guess. but
control of situations.
yeah.
Beechen's got an interesting question. You turn that question around on me. Does the DM regret anything? I can't put my finger on something specifically right now, but there have been a number of times during the campaign where I thought, like, you know, I thought of a way to deal with a situation later that was better than I actually did, and I'm like, oh no, I should have done this. That would have been so much cooler, and
Yeah.
you know, the players would have gotten so much more out of it. But I guess that's always the DM's curse. And
Right,
I'm
Because
not.
we're people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not like a drama person, and I'm not an improv person. Like I've never taken like a drama or improv class or anything like that before, and I know that that's a big part of what a lot of the really like high level D&D like professional dungeon masters like Matt Mercer or Brandley Mulligan or things like that, like they all have people think these are just people that play D&D with their friends. That's not true. Like they all have some pretty specialized like training and expertise and experience in improv is one big thing, right?
Right,
And I do
right.
not have that. So sometimes I find
Improv
myself
is rough, man.
sometimes I find myself way out of my depth.
I know.
But you know, you can I don't know if regret's the right word. I suppose it is, but it's like you just have to move on.
Right.
Yeah.
Be like, yeah, that's just what happened, even if it would have been better if something else happened. But
What you should do is just write a story like that's the director's cut.
there you go.
Oh, there
Yeah.
you go. That's what goes on the wiki, right?
only-
That's
if
how it
only,
actually
yeah.
But it
happened.
should have been.
Yeah, the wiki version sounds a lot cooler than what actually
Yeah.
happened. Yeah. It's kind of like if you watch Legends of Vox Machina, the animated series on Amazon Prime, and then you go back and you watch those episodes of Critical Role, it's like not even the same.
Well, you can't fit all of that into like a half.
No.
How long are those episodes? A half an hour?
And,
Are they an hour?
interspersed with like the really like good drama and acting and character dialogue is like these random asides and like jokes and
Right.
jokes and things like
But
that,
that's
right?
that was actually one of the things that got me into D&D was reading the big book that was the Dragonlance series, the Chronicles.
Yeah.
But I had the annotated Chronicles, so it had like little notes about what happened during the game and stuff like that on the sides of the pages, and that like was amazing to me
Yes.
when I read that back then. And
Yes.
that was before I really got into
Which is
involved
actually
in
like
D&D.
looking back, it's so cliche, but like
I know, but it was the thing that like drew me in. Yeah.
The first three, the original Dragonlance trilogy is amazing, but also pretty cheesy. Like it's pretty schlocky. Let's be honest.
Right. But it was a
it's so good.
revelation for what it was, right? Like
And-
this kind of.
And you're right.
You know.
Something that needs to be understood is that it's a novelization of an actual campaign,
Right.
an actual
Right.
D&D campaign.
Yeah.
Which I think is really cool.
Yeah. It
But
was. It was.
does
what got me
add a
in.
lot of like weird curveballs and things like that into it.
Right.
Lenny says our Wednesday party had the opportunity to abscond with a whole lot of gold instead of pursuing the main quest. Dietrich went along with the party, but he really would have liked to be rich for a change. That's right.
Oh man.
That's right.
We do that too a lot. I feel like that might be some of the regrets. I feel like that might be some of the regrets Mazra has, is all of the gold that we've not taken over the course of our campaign.
Yeah, really. We're actually finally starting to find some too. It's just not that. No, keep some, not find some. Keep some.
Well, we have to if we're ever gonna pay for that tavern and the house upgrades, yo.
Yeah.
Like,
I gotta make it clear though that it's not on Ghost. That's on us.
right.
Oh no, I put a big pile of gold in your path, and you said you didn't want to take it.
Yeah, but you told us that a whole bunch of people were subsisting on that money and they didn't have a lot of it. What did you think we were going to do with that?
Realistic. I mean, these are decisions that the DM puts in front of the players.
People don't just have piles of gold sitting around not doing anything with them.
Yep.
This is a D&D world. How the fuck do I know? Like, what are there banks? Do we have banks in this world?
They have
where people
offshore
store their
bank
money?
accounts. Yeah, they have offshore bank accounts with that they sit on and don't do anything with. No, but yeah, like anyway, we're not going to get into.
I did want to take it.
We're not going to get into.
It's been like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it has.
Oh yeah, we need to start.
Let's do it.
Before we start, we have the command for the review, the thing.
Yes.
So people can check that out.
Yep.
But one of the we found there was like a treasure room behind the throne room, and I think we found some magic items, and we were thinking one of the last things we did during the last session was have a short rest. Could we try to see what some of those items are? Foodle's curious about the feather.
And
like
Fiona's curious about the scroll.
Yeah.
Yes.
But we don't have like
feather,
the
isn't it?
identify spell or whatever, so I
No.
think Foodle has to like try to attune to it or something during the short
It's
rest.
a tiny object resembling a stone feather, is what I have written down.
Yes.
And a scroll in a scroll case.
Okay. So I put a little screenshot of that treasure hoard in our group chat. Dude, what is this called? Okay.
I don't see anything? Question mark.
Oh no, I put it in there when we got it.
Oh my god, way back then.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know when that was.
Okay.
Peter! Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we rolled a 67.
Well, that's the question. Does Kyoto's rest changes count or not?
What? Does what?
Does Kyoto's race changes count or not?
From the between session? I wouldn't think so. Are we including that session as like a dream, or are we well, Ghost needs to see what happened in that
Could a
session
dream make her
first.
change race?
Could a dream make Kiona change race? That is the question.
Could a dream?
Potentially.
Yeah, potentially.
I could
what race is
roll
she?
a dice or something.
What race is she?
She was a tiefling at the end of the day.
You haven't rested within.
But I haven't rested. Yeah.
So it makes
that
no
wouldn't make
narrative
sense.
sense right
Right.
now for her
Mhm.
to have change race.
Right.
Sorry.
So she's a
fine.
dragonborn, chat.
Yes.
She's a dragonborn.
Still a
right now.
dragonborn.
Yeah.
Sorry if I missed that, guys.
Okay. Do you need to make changes to your sheet?
No, I fixed it already.
Okay. So this feather token has there are a number of different types of these feather tokens scattered around the world. You took a short rest, right?
Yes.
We did,
Yes, you
yeah.
did.
That's why we were asking.
Okay. So there are a number of different types of these feather tokens. Iskander informs you he's familiar with these. He's seen one of these before. This type is a tree type. And so it has a single use effect. And I'm going to read it to you, and then I'll take a screenshot and post it in chat for you. So you must be outdoors to use this token. You can use an action to touch it to an unoccupied space on the ground. The token disappears, and in its place, a non-magical oak tree springs into existence. The tree is 60 feet tall and has a 5-foot diameter trunk, and its branches at the top spread out in a 20-foot radius. So let me take a quick screenshot here for you.
That's amazing. What?
Okay, so that's what you have.
That's so freaking cool.
Should I roll to do a check on that spell scroll? Or do we
Nope. It's Wrath of Nature.
Okay.
Spell is Wrath of Nature.
Oh, can I check the potion? I got a potion.
The potion is a potion of superior healing. It shows you on that table that I screenshotted and dropped in our group chat the week.
Right.
It's not that far up, the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, I totally forgot you linked that. That's
I didn't realize that we knew what they were. Okay.
You character, you didn't know what they were, but I just gave you the list.
Okay, perfect. Well, I think Foodle's the only one who can cast Wrath of Nature.
I was gonna say that's probably for you then, yeah.
Because I believe it's a ranger spell. In that case, does Kiona want the tree feather thing?
Oh my god. Sure. Yes.
Okay. All right. That's amazing.
All right.
Wrath of Nature is nutty. Okay.
Oh my goodness, Andrew, that sounds amazing. Paladin currently sacrificing spell slots to talk to an eldritch being. My goodness.
Right?
That's so cool. Okay. We ready to rock and roll here, friends?
Let's do it. Pug's been waiting.
All right.
He's dying.
Pug's dying. Is he like messaging you like, hurry up?
He was, yeah.
Okay.
I know Pug's, it's been 30 years.
It's been 30 years. Pug is an old man now. He talked for so long. All right.
Poor
So
Pug.
here you are. Anybody who wants some info on where exactly we are? Why have all the cameras moved up?
Megan? No, I don't know.
Megan.
I don't know if it was Megan.
Did you change your scene again? Oh.
I did. I changed my scene, but okay. Then your camera's moved over for some reason. Why is it like this?
Strange?
Why is it like
Is that a
this?
problem?
It's just
No, I
Discord,
fixed it.
Megan.
I fixed
I'm
it.
giving you a hard time.
I
I mean,
fixed it.
it's really it wasn't
fixed
that
it.
bad. It made me look like I was leaning a little bit.
Okay. I already know that there's a green bar that's gonna pop up. There you go.
We haven't been together for a whole week. Of course, it's going to take us this long.
Yeah,
Okay.
guys, come on, give us a break, you know?
Okay.
Not like it happens every week.
Pug's back from the social security office. I love it. Okay. So if anybody wants a recap about what has led our party into this situation, there's a link to the recap article, which you can probably see that we need to go back and backfill some of the entries.
Yeah. Oh, God.
But yeah, here you are. You dealt with the orcs in the grand gallery right here, and the throne room. You found the treasure room hidden behind a secret door. There was another doorway in that treasure room that you did not go through. You decided to double back. Down here, chat can't see this, but south of the grand gallery is a what looks like to be a forge of some kind. And then up here, there was some living quarters. There was a decommissioned well right there. You had some bunks, a ruined chapel that had been desecrated by the orcs, where you found a key from the pre-Gondaran civilization. So it matches the same general aesthetic style, I suppose, of whatever civilization this was, that when the Lost Dunes, when Amortica was destroyed and became the desert that it is today, the Lost Dunes, it unearthed these ruins from a civilization that Iskander has been calling the pre-Gondaran civilization, that nobody knows where these people came from, or this culture came from. But the key he identified to you appears to be from that civilization. And then this corridor over here, which you haven't explored yet. Mazra, is that accurate that you're on 4 hit points?
I don't think it should be,
I see
probably.
your token
Whoever's
is
your
on 4
screenshot.
HP.
I updated my... I don't know why I updated my sheet, so that should
your sheet became unlinked from your token somehow.
Oh.
I can fix that.
Okay.
But you have a corridor here that you haven't explored yet. There's a door. There's a bunch of doors on both sides, and then there's a door at the end.
Oh my god, I can't see Mazra. That's what's going on. Okay.
I am going to try.
I was panicking a little bit. I was like, where's Mazra? I don't know where she is.
Okay, you guys continue. I am attempting to fix the token issue.
Okay.
We're poking around down this next hallway then, right, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Foodle's still trying to be sneaky. And he'll try to listen in on the doors. So probably a stealth check and a perception check. Oh, okay. I don't know. Hopefully. I want to make rolls without Ghost, but I think he's busy.
Yep. You're good.
Okay.
Woof. I fixed it, but it updated your character sheet to match the token.
Oh, okay.
So you'll have to refix that. All right. So you rolled a stealth check and a perception check. Perception of 19. The thin layer of dust and grime that's all over these flagstones is disturbed down this hallway by the movement of many feet back and forth, similar to how it was down this other corridor.
Okay, sorry, just blowing my nose. All right. Man, my allergies are killing me. So Foodle is going to try the door, see if it's locked.
Which door? This one?
Yeah.
It is not locked.
Okay. All right, so Foodle will open it.
Yeah. And it opens very similarly to down the other hallway. A very Spartanly decorated, well, even saying it's decorated is or furnished is a little bit of a stretch. It's just an empty floor with a bedroll, a really ratty and tattered bedroll, and a little bucket in the corner for some creature to do its business in. You being a seasoned adventurer and ranger and hunter and are not so grossed out by this stuff, you kind of look in the bucket and you're like, oh, that's goblin all right.
And Foodle will sort of whisper, well, this looks familiar. Sort of gesturing back down the other hallway. Mazra, go ahead. Check for traps, but I suspect all of these rooms might be sleeping quarters.
I assume so.
I guess I probably shouldn't whisper, even though my character is.
Well, might be something on the other side like there was over there.
Yeah. Foodle's going to try this door as well. He'll just open it if it's unlocked.
Okay.
And then the one across as well. Okay. Yeah, looks the same.
Just zoom in a little bit so that chat gets a better view of this. Not that far. Okay.
Is Mazra doing anything?
I think she's just keeping an ear out.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so Foodle will just continue opening the doors on
Okay.
the south and north there. Yeah, looks like the same. And so he'll open these ones as well.
Okay. Yeah, all of these rooms appear to be empty. They all show signs of occupation. Oh my goodness. Discord, why?
Oh no.
If anyone knows of something I can set Discord to so that the cams keep running even if they're not front and center on my screen, because I am going to have to switch back and forth a couple of times in this session.
Oh. The thing that works for me will screw up your cameras right now, but
Okay.
they
Talk
will
to me about it
remain-
after.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'll give you my secrets.
Yeah. Yeah. Because that's a long running frustration of mine is
Okay.
every
Yeah. Ugh.
every time the camera window goes to the background, it freezes the cameras on stream.
Yeah, it's such a pain. All right. Okay, Mazra, go ahead.
I think all of you should duck into these rooms and keep an eye out.
Boodle's gonna nod, duck into this one, and he's gonna, whatever angle he's got, he's gonna
Ghost,
hold
don't
a
forget
shot.
to bring Iskander down the
Oh
hall.
yeah, gosh. Thank you.
Also, Ghost, do you want
hold
one
on,
of
my
us?
friends. I'm coming along as well.
Shoot, we should have talked about this before, but anyway, if you want one of us to run him in combat, that's no problem. Because I know you've got a lot
Oh
on
yeah,
your
that's a
plate.
thing.
I don't mind.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
What?
What?
Nothing.
That turn order box.
I saw it
What are you
pop
talking
up.
about? What are you talking about?
Listen.
I was just playing with the functions. That's all.
It was a misclick, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she'll listen at the door just to
Okay.
see if she can hear anything.
Yeah.
I probably have Foodle do this, but
Of course, of course.
Yeah, you hear nothing. The door. This
Okay.
is a big, heavy, thick wooden door. You don't really hear anything on the other side of it.
okay. So she'll kind of have one dagger in hand, just kind of ready herself, and we'll try to just open it slightly to
Kiona's holding a fireball.
to peer in.
Not fireball. Firebolt.
Firebolt.
fuck is-
Okay.
I cannot.
So Poodle is holding a shot with gimbal shot, and Kiona is holding a firebolt. Okay. And what do you do, Mazra?
She's gonna try to open the door a little bit to kind of peer
Okay.
inside.
Okay. I want you to roll stealth.
Okay.
And I want you to do it at
Nice.
disadvantage.
Okay.
Oh no.
Okay. You crack the door open. And as it opens, the torchlight in the hallway opens up to a large room stuffed full of crates and boxes and sacks. And there's a large lumbering silhouette in the middle of it, rummaging around, vaguely humanoid, rummaging around through some of the crates. Where is it, sir? And you see an ogre. Similar to the one that you fought upstairs. Now, here's the big question. Kiona, you do not have line of sight.
No, she doesn't.
don't.
She cannot see it.
Foodle, you do, but it has partial cover here.
Yeah.
So if you choose, you can fire your shot. It doesn't. Now, as you're opening the door, you do not inspect the door. You do not investigate the door. The hinges were showing some signs of rust, and as you open it, there's a scraping, screeching sound as the rust on the hinges grinds metal against metal, and inside the silhouette looks up. Who's there?
Can Mazra go? Can she go? Reply in Orcish with her like most gruff voice. It's me, you fool.
And Foodle's musket
Ooh.
rings out.
All right. All right.
Sorry, as a player, I don't want this to happen, but Foodle he's shooting.
No, you're also
Yeah.
you're also shooting through your friend too, which is another
We
unit
talked about this,
of
Poodle,
cover,
about just
you will.
shooting.
So yeah, you can make your roll, but I believe this
Is it like half cover or
this
three
is like-
quarters or something?
whatever it is. What are the stages of cover? There's partial cover, that's +2 AC, and I think the next level
Poodle
is
has
+5.
the
+5, so
worst.
it's +5 AC.
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
worst itchy
Okay.
trigger finger.
Okay,
Now,
so make
one
your roll.
thing. Okay, now he does get a +1 because he held a shot
'Kay.
because of one of his
That's right.
his scopes. Okay,
That's right.
so I think that might have been from Snoz. Anyway.
Yeah. Thank you, Snoz.
So let's just click this.
Thank you, everybody who make these
Oh my God,
awesome,
You guys are amazing.
these awesome magic items.
Is that a 13? Oh God, I rolled a 3. That's gonna miss.
That is a miss.
Look, this is how Mazra gets shot in the back and turned into Oracle.
So the so the ogre for a hot second regards Mazar like squinting his eyes, and he's just and then the shot rings out, kapow, and just skips off the rock right past its head, and it kind of does a double take. It goes, "Hey, you ain't supposed to be in here." And it moves towards you in a menacing way. I need everybody to roll initiative.
We're talking about regrets and
Oh wait,
things
hold
that
on. Everybody stop. Everybody stop.
Okay.
Go again. Because for some reason the turn order was blank, and then it was filled up with everybody from last week's one shot.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good.
Oh no.
It's all good.
Even
It looked
through that
like
door-
the queue had been cleared.
Yeah, I thought that same thing happened to me. It was like an empty queue, and then once people started rolling, there was like a ton of crap, and I was like,
Yeah.
"What?"
Yeah, it's so strange.
Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what Foodle rolls because this isn't his real roll anyway.
Yep.
Let's see what I get. D20, come on, big money.
Oh, yeah, I need his initiative too.
That's a natural one. All right. Well,
Oh no.
that's a 5.
That's what you get, Foodle.
Yeah, he was not ready.
Collie's on fire tonight with the rolls.
Roll for a
God,
scander,
yeah,
please.
really.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Oh, sorry.
Add a turn. For Iskander, hit that initiative. There we go. And
Roll initiative,
put
gold
everybody in
drill.
order. What is not Kiona, Mazra's raw dexterity score?
16.
Oh my god, leader's in the roll 20. Leader. 16. Okay, Iskander's is 18, so Iskander will go first. Actually, no. Mazra will go first because Mazra's like an actual PC.
And also standing right next to the dude.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a good reason for that.
DM controlled characters get bumped, unless they're monsters.
Oh, well, whatever.
All right, Kiona, you're up.
Okay, Kiona heard the thing talk and comes out into the hallway. 5, 10, 15. She can't see anything from way back here. So she's going to, like, grab Mazra by the back of the shirt and tell her to get out of here. Because it's just too tight. There's no way that they can fight in this tiny little hallway against that big giant thing. That thing can't even fit through the door according to its size that's on roll 20. I'm not sure if there's a thing that you're gonna make it so it works that way, but she's just gonna grab her shoulder and tell her to get out and then start running back down the hallway. And I
You
think
can pull her.
5,
You can
10,
pull her
15.
if you want.
Can she?
Yes, you won't get your full
okay.
movement speed, so you'll be able to move half
So,
movement. Unless,
5, 10, 15.
unless Mazra is resisting. So is Mazra resisting being pulled back? No. Okay.
Okay.
So you can take half of your remaining movement.
Basically, that would be to there, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Mazra is now there. And was not in threat range in the first place, so that's okay. All right. That's going to be your action, though.
Right. That's what's going to have to be because he's big and they don't have room to fight, and Kiona is afraid to cast a spell in this kind of close quarters with everybody.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, guys.
The ogre moves to the doorway and bends down and looks through the door. You're not quite sure because you can see over his shoulder there's another doorway on this end. Not quite sure how he fit himself into this room, but he must have like really squeezed himself in. But it looks like he could, like if he turned to his side, he could shimmy his way out after you, but that's not a very tactically sound thing to do, and you see the gears spinning behind his eyes as he looks down the hallway at you. And he just shakes his head a bit and I'm not going out there. And he picks up what looks like this huge wooden stake, like part of a palisade wall, that he hoists as a javelin and just boom, flings it down the hall at Mazra. Whoop. And he rolls a 9. So luckily Mazra manages to duck out of the way. You get back here.
Well, luckily we didn't have to go that far.
Mazra, you're up.
I guess because obviously she's not gonna just. Maybe. Yeah. So she'll kind of shoot Kiona a look that's half like, and kind of give Foodle this like, damn it, Foodle.
Fair.
So she'll go 5, 10. Can she like try and stab him kind of a little bit from here?
Yeah, you're in threat range now. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So she'll use Nightingale to try and just take a crack at him.
All right, that's a hit.
Okay, and I think because she's there, she'll get her sneak attack as well. She was 10, 15. So that she's gonna move right there.
Okay.
So
that was
that's
your
her
bonus action disengage?
Actually, no, because she doesn't actually need that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because she attacked him in the turn.
She automatically,
She
yeah.
can
She'll
automatically
bonus action
disengage,
attack
yeah.
bonus.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Oh, okay. Well, she hits them anyway.
Sorry about that.
Whoa! Oh, is she
What?
pumping a smite in that, or is she
Okay.
saving it?
Okay, that was max damage on the first roll anyway.
Right.
So there we go. Too bad you used that sneak attack.
Yeah. Well, it's it's fine. She does get D4 for savage attacks, and then I think she's not gonna smite on this, so she'll still take her movement and.
Okay.
She's hooks around the corner.
So you slash in twice with Ren and Nightingale. 1, 2. Oh! That hurt! No one sticks Bertilius with those toothpicks. Leader had a wonderful idea. We're gonna name this big guy after Bertilius. Thank you for the raid, Bertilius.
Oh, it's amazing.
Bertilius the Brutal will defeat all foes. And then it's Iskander's turn, and in his room behind Kiana is. Should we perhaps just walk away?
I feel like that might be an option. He can't get through the door. But I don't know how he got in there. Maybe he can get somewhere else to tell somebody that we're here. So maybe not.
It is a possibility. Well,
He was looking for something in there.
I will do what I can. I'll go 5, 10, 15, 20. And Iskander will make an attack with his scimitar. The curved blade flashing, gleaming in the torchlight. And that's a hit.
Nice.
And he will get his sneak attack since he's the only creature around. Not bad. All right. And then Iskander will pull away. So he's got the same abilities as Mazra, sorry. Brain.
Crazy.
I have not played D&D in like a solid 2.5 weeks here. So I'm like, okay.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. Foodle, you're up.
Foodle's gonna catch Gimbal Shot. It's been reloading, hovering in the air. He's gonna pop out here. Ooh, there. Oh, wait. There. He's going to take aim and fire as he sort of says to the group, "Hey, I don't want him warning the others." We'll see how this goes. Come on. Oh, there we go.
As he fires the loudest thing in like 10 square miles.
Yeah. True.
All right, yeah. The musket cracks like a peal of thunder. The musket ball strikes the large ogre Brutilius in the shoulder, sends him rolling back. Oh, that one hurt.
And this one too. And Foodle's gonna grab gimbal shot again, which is reloaded, and he's gonna fire once more.
All right. That hits him.
Does it? Oh,
That
wow.
hits him.
Okay.
Yeah. Boom!
Gosh.
In the other shoulder, drives him back another step. Oh.
And
That little boom boom stick packs a punch when you can actually hit with it.
and there's like a little bit of blood that spurts out as he's laughing at you.
yeah, it does. And Foodle's gonna run back in here.
I
Not
feel
looking
so
too
bad
pleased.
for this guy. I feel so awful right now. I just.
All right, Kiona, you're up.
I am not Kiona. Okay. All right. Fine. She can't hardly see this dude. Oh God. All right. She can see him. I guess she'll just firebolt him because conservation of spells.
Ooh.
The law of conservation of spell slots.
That's good damage.
Don't understand why is this token semi-transparent? I don't get it. I can like do you guys see that?
The dude
Can you
guy?
see do you see like the floor? The lines in the floor
Yeah, I can.
underneath? Why? Why is it
I don't know.
semi-transparent? I don't know.
I think it's
Okay.
the line of sight, like
Yeah.
stuff. But
I-
I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, it's so weird.
It's, yeah, it's probably to do with the lighting effects.
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay. Anyway, that's an aside. That's
Um,
something that some of the tokens are semi-transparent, and I'm like, what? Okay, yeah, that hits. So you extend your hand, and a small orb of fire shoots out, strikes the ogre Brutilius full in the chest, and he's sent reeling back. Blood is dripping from his 2 musket ball wounds, and the flesh on his chest is it looks like the deep pinkish red of like a roast pig. The ogre says,
Ooh. Well, sod this. This ain't the last you've seen of Brutilius the Brutal.
and he reaches out and he grabs the door and slams it shut.
Oh shit! Oh,
Dynamic
frick!
lighting.
I should have tried to knock him prone.
I knew I was gonna try to. I was gonna do the same. I was gonna try to hypnotize him because I feel bad for him, but I decided that I was not Kiona, and I am not the same person as my character.
And you hear, I would like everybody to roll perception. And Iskander is
Okay.
going to do the same.
All right.
That's not an advantage, that's just a 13. Okay. Wow.
Wait, what
okay.
happened? Oh, not
The door slams, and it leaves like a ringing sound in your ear because he slammed this big, heavy wooden door so hard against the stone frame that it leaves your ears ringing. And yeah.
great. None of us heard whatever happened. Good, cool. So, Mazra's next. Kiona would have backed away when she saw the burning wound and felt bad for the guy because that's all I can do with that.
Okay. Mazra, you're up.
Well, she heard him, even though she didn't see him, so she'll kind of like come out here and can she listen?
Yeah. roll a perception. You're pretty sure that you rolled better than last time, right? So you kind of like stop and you listen really carefully and kind of signal to the others to shush. And you really like put your ear up to the keyhole almost very carefully, because you don't want them to open the door and like grab you by the throat or something. Like, but you hear nothing inside.
Okay. Well, she is going to like give it a couple seconds and then try and open the door again.
All right. So you wrench the door open and see an empty room.
Not again.
Does she see, because he was bleeding, does she see any of the blood like going out of the other way or whatever?
No. There's blood on the floor, but it kind of, the trail kind of stops like in here, like sort of halfway into the room.
Where to go? How to get in there in the first place?
Be a secret.
Yeah, seems like they got secrets all over this place.
Right. Well, I
I
guess we
just
should
want to.
look.
Yeah, he said he was looking for something, so.
Do you want to check
Still
for...
holding like a dagger just in case. I'm gonna investigate and see if there's any secret things in the floor or anything like that.
Kiona too will investigate, but she sucks at it, so I
Sure.
wouldn't expect anything.
You're pretty
from
good
it.
though.
That was pretty good, yeah.
Yeah.
You did better than Maja.
Ooh.
Kiona is really curious to where this guy came in and went out because he's huge and this room is tiny. So she's just like, where is the hole for this guy?
Bertilius the Brutal is surprisingly nimble.
Right.
Iskander walks in the room and looks around, also investigating. He wonders aloud what everybody's thinking. How could such a large creature simply disappear like this?
Must have used a spell. Misty Step or Dimension Door. I've got that. He could have gone anywhere. Anywhere in this place. There's... That Dimension Door spell goes 500 feet. You can do it anywhere, in any direction, if you know where you're going. So that she knows that he could be anywhere literally around them.
Iskander kneels down and traces his finger along the floor. It comes up with like sort of a white, chalky, powdery substance on the floor and rubs it between his fingers and thumbs. He says, I think that you may be correct, Kiona. There might be some magic involved here. I have the feeling that's not the last we'll see of that one.
I guess we don't know what he was looking for either, though.
Right. I mean,
What's
I
his
kind of
name,
felt bad for him
Bertilius?
anyway. He sounded kind of big and dumb.
I mean, I guess. I don't know why else you'd be in a place like this, though, unless you were on board with whatever.
Right.
Appearances can be deceiving.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. I guess, Mazra, you were talking to him before I fired. Sorry about that. I guess maybe in the future I'll hold off.
That would probably be a good idea.
Yeah.
I heard him say something that he was searching for something in here.
Right.
Oh. Well, let's look for something that looks like he should search for it, maybe?
Something that doesn't belong in here.
Right.
So you got a pile of stuff on this side of the room and a pile of stuff on this side of the room, and you can tell me what you're searching through.
So we'll do this side first.
Okay.
Foodle will try to help somebody, maybe a scander on the top pile. Oh wait, nope. Looks like Kiona's got the top
That
pile
was
covered.
the natural 20 on a investigation roll. I will just say, because it will never happen again.
Well,
Oh, Scander, should we look up top? Oh wait, Kiona, what'd you find?
God, guys, he was just looking for a snack. But now that you rolled a crit.
Oh no!
I don't know.
That
I
makes
just
so
found
much
some
sense.
really good smelling cheese.
Oh my god.
Fiona finds some
find-
delectable thing that she knows costs like like truffles, like a store of truffles.
You find. Let's see.
I know that we have, and I don't want to, this is obviously not a thing that may happen here because this is a storeroom, but
Yeah.
I know that from our subscribers and our people that have donated and done all the things, we do have a laundry list of items, I feel like, from a couple of people waiting to discover because we never investigate places.
True, yeah, that was an issue, wasn't it?
Right?
True. You find a wheel of cheese.
Uh-huh.
It has like a slice taken out of it. The rind is this. It looks almost like a wheel of like brie or camembert cheese or something like that, right?
Okay, so it's smaller than
But
that,
the rind on the outside is kind of like a yellowish off-white color, and then inside where it has been sliced, it's like green, and it smells rancid to you when you smell it, when you sniff it. However, as you do so, you feel this deep thrum in your chest, like the harp string being plucked.
Oh, this can't be good, but for some reason I feel like it's good.
Should we trust those two competing feelings?
I mean, will you smell it and tell me what you think?
Okay, Foodle will smell the cheese.
It just smells awful to you. It smells like it's gone off.
It smells rotten and rank.
Well, yeah, but there's something about it that just, don't you feel like there's something? Kiona's gonna... Is it like a, because it was cut, so it's gotta be a hard enough cheese to cut without it like leaking out all over the place, right?
Yep.
So she's gonna just try to like grab a little piece of it.
Just nibbling on.
Like a little mouse.
She is. She's gonna grab a little piece and be like, I don't know, but all right. And she'll pop it in her mouth.
It tastes okay. So it tastes like you've just licked an orc's foot after a week of hard marching, but also with a little hint of herbaceousness, like basil, maybe.
Well,
It's pretty awful mostly, but somebody tried real hard, I think. Nothing else? No other effects?
Not that you're able to perceive.
God, that I'm sure that's fine.
Right?
Well-
This is like Alice, eat me. It's just
If we get back, we can probably pawn it in Lysantia for as some strange exotic odyssey.
Right, let me just put it in the bag. So Kiona will put the cheese wheel in the bag of holding.
Okay. All right. You have, what's it called? Okay, hold on. I need to find this.
I shudder to think.
I'm calling it the green camembert wheel.
No, I have an actual name for you.
Oh, there's an actual name? Okay.
Whoa. Hey?
It is going to be called Emerald Mold Cheese.
Emerald.
Ooh, okay.
All right.
Okay. All right.
Megan, it was a ogre. Thank you.
Your turn. Your turn,
I'm
guys. Where are
Sorry.
you going next?
Well, I
Check
think-
over this door, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Megan. All right.
Shoot. Oh man, I hate all these tiny hallways.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, are there more tiny hallways?
You're trying to peek through.
Well, she's listening at the door.
Yeah, you don't hear anything.
I'm
Actually,
gonna.
yeah, the door is too thick. You can't make out anything.
Right.
How tall is the door?
It is quite tall. I would say about 9 feet tall.
Okay, that is a tall one. Oh, Dylan, that's a good point. Okay, I was just curious. Well, I think we should just open it, right?
Ready yourselves.
Okay.
Holding
Foodle's
a
gonna
firebolt.
move here, and he's got a shot ready, even though, oh god. My god, Dylan, I'm such a dummy.
You're gonna open the door. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Bear with me for 1 second. I'm gonna
Okay.
hope to find some different music here, but we'll see. I don't even hear anything.
Nope, neither do I.
No, so that's a fail.
There we go.
Okay. Actually, Sirenscape. Sirenscape, please.
Dude, I don't know how you navigate that thing. There's
You
got to be a
reap what
way
you
to
sow,
favorite
leader.
stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I just genuinely, it was so hard for me to find any useful music in the thing.
Yeah.
And to be clear, I don't think that's Sirenscape's fault. I just was time crunching. Oh god. Uh-oh. I don't like that.
It's the forge.
There we are.
Shit.
Okay.
That's what it sounds like.
It's another entrance.
The door opens.
Oh god!
Oh no, I'm holding a firebolt. Foodle's holding. Can you see him, Foodle?
Oh yeah.
Did you declare that you were
Well.
holding a firebolt?
I did. I said it out loud.
She did.
Okay.
I can see this one, and this one.
Yeah.
Oh
So
no.
you open the door,
No.
and you can see. Chat
That
can't
was a
see
terrible
because I need to
idea.
move this over. Is
That
that
was
a good view for
terrible
chat? That
idea.
should be a good view for chat there. There we go. So you see this massive chamber. Along the floor are what look like channels dug into the floor itself, filled with swirling, sloshing, undulating molten metal that appears to kind of just light up the whole room. You see large blast furnaces, smaller forges, little rickety bridges crisscrossing over the top of the channels of molten metal. You have found the Forge of Wrath.
My god, what?
Okay. And as you open the door, I want everyone to make a really quick wisdom saving throw.
What do you mean a really quick wisdom saving throw?
Just a cheeky wisdom saving throw. That's all I'm asking.
Ghost, is it? Oh wait, let me check this ability. Let's put it in the chat just so we can all see it.
It's not magic. You're not
It's
doing
not
anything
magic.
against
Okay.
magic.
Okay.
No.
All right, that's what my question was.
Yeah.
Oh
Get your
my god, that was a
gnomish
journey.
cunning.
17 total.
Okay. 17, 20. Kiona, wisdom save.
I thought it almost landed on another
Okay.
one. Oh my god.
You all have the wherewithal in this moment when you open this up. Everybody in here seems to be the goblins that are moving around in here that you can see in the faint distance. They're a goodly distance away from you. They don't notice you. They're so busy with their work, grabbing things out of the fire, hammering pieces of metal that they're holding in place with tongs on anvils. This looks like a suit of armor that's just sort of standing on its own right here. So nothing in this room at this point regards your presence. So I will allow you to make stealth rolls if you so choose.
God, yeah, we definitely should have done that. Okay. Shit. Alright, Foodle's gonna try to be sneaky.
Okay.
For the moment. A 14 total, yeah.
We got standard as well. 13, 14. Where's my... Okay. Nothing seems to notice you at this point. Mazur, why are you standing outside of the...
I'm not.
Wait, he was right in front of me. I thought, at least on my screen.
Mazra was in the doorway. Yeah.
I had him. I had Mazur outside the wall.
Oh, weird. That's like a
I
roll
can't
20 thing.
actually take my token outside the walls. There's
Right.
collision.
Yeah, Ghost has limited our powers now. It's unfair. So Foodle's going to whisper, What do you guys want to do? Okay, I'll just say it. What do you guys want to do? But Foodle's whispering.
I don't know how many people are in there, but do you think they'll wrap around the whole way? This place is probably pretty big.
Probably.
We should probably take a look in the other way and see if there's a way we can surround them.
Foodle will nod and sort of motion to the door.
Sure, we'll try it. Just wait.
You're quietly closing the door?
Yeah.
Okay. You do so. Just go. Oop. There you go.
Okay. We could, using my illusion magic, we could maybe make a distraction somewhere, and then we could come out another door.
I have a question for you, Ghost.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that twice.
Okay.
That spell, would it be able to do anything with the lava, metal, whatever?
No, because it's not a flame.
Okay.
There's
but there are
lots of-
flames that
there's
come
lots of
up from the
flames.
lava stuff.
No, not
Okay.
not really like little ones, but there are that come up from like the forges.
Okay.
But it's a 5-foot cube worth of flame.
Right.
So you're not
Yeah.
doing anything like big with it.
No, that was not.
Yeah.
Shit.
Uh,
But yeah, so Foodle's just suggesting, like, if they find another entrance, right? Like, he could, 30 feet away, he doesn't even have to see it, he could
Yeah.
cause, like, some sort of noise or talking or sound with minor illusion.
Yeah. Yeah.
right. I could make flames do things that might attract some attention too,
Oh, okay.
I think.
Oh, but you gotta be able to see it. But still.
Right, but we ought to check out if that's the same room as it from the other way, then we gotta see how many people are in there.
It might be. Yeah, getting a lay of the land is a good idea, I think.
Fiona will start to walk out that way then,
Okay.
in light of that. To
Which
go,
way?
Oops, wrong one. Back out the hall that
Back
we
up
came
the
in.
hallway. Okay.
Yeah.
And when Foodle gets about here, he's going to, like, try to listen to hear if he hears any movement out, you know, in the chamber or to the south of them, right? Depending on how far he
Right,
can
to
hit.
carefully proceed forward from
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's still sneaking. Or trying to, right?
here. Hmm.
Okay.
Okay, so perception.
Yeah.
Oh, 18 plus 3, 23. Or 18 plus 5,
23?
like math.
Yeah. It's silent as the grave down here.
Okay,
Sit to
so
the south,
Foodle will...
right?
Yeah, so Foodle will motion and start heading down this way. He'll motion to his friends. God, I should zoom out because Foodle can see further than I can see.
We
And
have two
Foodle's...
directions we can go.
Oh, and Foodle's still whispering. Right, that's right. There's the door in the treasure room.
Yeah. So
and
you
this
see the
area
smaller
down here.
forge down here. And
Right.
the throne room's right here.
I assume the other door goes back into that room, so we should check this one first.
Yeah, I agree.
So where are we going? The
The
forge to
smaller
south,
forge
Yeah, we're
room.
checking here first.
Yeah,
Just so I know where to put the camera
right.
Or-
Sorry.
for lovely chat to be able to see.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, so this is a much smaller forge than the other one. It seemed like some sort of lighter work was being done here. this seemed to be where, you know, looking around, there are a few weapons designed. Actually, roll a perception as you look around the room before I start giving away all sorts of information for free.
Can I do an investigation, or does it have to be a perception?
No, this is perception. You're just taking a quick look around the whole room.
20.
You
Nice.
frickin'...
Hopefully that's good. Wow.
Wow, you guys are doing really well. Yeah, so some smaller, sort of lighter work being done here. Some more piece work being done here. You see some racks with weapons. You see a table with some swords and shields and things like that. A grinding wheel for sharpening here. You notice that the weapons, the size of the weapons, these are not made for goblin hands. These are made for like larger creatures, so orcs, for instance. And they generally match the profile of the kinds of weapons that orcs like to use.
Okay. Well, it looks like a lot of these weapons are much too large for a goblin, and they look like the stuff that the orcs like to use, right?
Right.
I assume they're using the goblins to create their weapons.
Oh, maybe.
Right.
I mean, I did see some goblins in that other room. Are goblins very good?
Sorry, she's on the bridge. She can't get on the bridge.
I don't know. I don't know much about goblins. She'll look at Iskander and say, "Do you know if goblins are good at forging?"
Oh, that's a good question. Just answering Andrew and Chad. Megan's really good at summarizing how things have gone so far. So maybe Megan can help you out, Andrew. Also, welcome.
Oh shit!
But I'm sorry that your adventure, your session ended on a cliffhanger. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's no good, yo.
Okay, let's see what kind of... All right. Yes, goblins are quite crafty creatures. I suppose they could make weapons such as this. More astute in metalcraft than the orcish tribes tend to be. Normally, as I'm sure Miss Greenstone is aware, the orcs rely heavily on the dwarves of the Stormspires to make their metalcraft for them. As the orcs have tend to have neither the source of metal nor the expertise to fashion it into weapons such as this. I suppose goblins could be up to the task as well.
I guess Foodle's gonna gesture to the big room out here. Why are there so many dead goblins in that great hall? But then the other goblins that we saw seemed fine.
The orcs that we encountered did say something about being some sort of a fallout.
Yeah.
Did they not?
Right, so they're
No, they
warring amongst
did.
each other.
But, well, and we didn't, I mean, I didn't see any orcs in the forge, but we've run into several. So, maybe they're different clans of goblins? I don't know, they're all gobbos to me. Ugh. Ah.
I understand the feeling, Mr. Shepherd, but, you do raise a good point. Sometimes broadening our thinking about a situation can help us find the answer more clearly. You may be right. There may be factions at play here. An internal power struggle that we know very little about.
Yeah, there's definitely something going on.
The real question I have is, where does Countess Winfred stand in all of this?
Question I've got is where does she keep that fire elemental?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Kiona is like staring at this river of molten metal in front of her. Looking down at the bridge across the way, she'll point out that bridge. It looks like there's a bridge down there. I don't know if that could be useful to know, but just so everybody's aware.
This one here?
This looks like an open river to the other forge, I think.
Not a river that I'm particularly enthusiastic about attempting to swim.
Little
No.
Is this water?
Oh yeah, is that water?
Yes, that is water. This is water. It appears to be some sort of like an underground spring or stream flowing through it. And it looks like, given its proximity to the forges down here, that the water may be used for quenching during the forging process.
Interesting.
However, there is an iron gate that bars any further passage westward towards where the large forge is.
Is it shallow or deep? Is it fast running?
It is, well, everybody rolled a pretty good perception check. So with your perception of 18, it's somewhat fast running, but not so fast running that like even somebody like Foodle would be swept away in. And it's about up to your knees, Mazra, or Foodle's chest.
What are you thinking, Mazra? Should we check down this way?
Is that right? Citation needed on the heights? I think that's wrong. I think that's wrong. I think Foodle's chest comes up to higher than Mazra's knees. Probably Mazra's waist. So whatever. Mazra's up to your knees, Mazra, and then Collie can figure out
Foodle's
from
waist.
there. Yeah, probably Foodle's
Yeah.
waist. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to check everything before we try and move forward.
Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah, Foodle's 3'6".
Yeah.
Or 3.5 feet, I should say.
And then you're checking out that way, Mazra?
Yeah, and as she's walking, she just has in her hand, she just has the immovable rod in case she has to like anchor herself or whatever.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Dude, Mazra's such a genius.
Okay.
Right?
just
All right, yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Once again, like the current appears to be getting a little bit stronger as you move up, but still not so strong that you're at risk of being sort of tripped or swept away.
right.
Okay.
Anything, Mazra?
And as you kind of round this bend, you begin to understand why it feels like the current is getting stronger up here. The stream is emerging from some deeper cavern, some underground spring or underground lake, perhaps right here, and it's kind of bubbling up through the rock. So there's some sort of like an outflow channel right here.
Okay.
It's not large enough of a hole for you to actually like find even, but it's almost like a narrower passage that empties into this one, and the water is like basically shooting through.
Anything?
Okay. Just dead end that way. It's where the water's coming from.
Oh, okay.
Kiona is gonna. Psst, hey guys. I was looking down this way again. I think I see somebody on the other side.
Yeah, I thought I saw. I don't know if it was somebody, but there was like a suit of armor or something.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. I don't know. Maybe we should just be careful about that.
Ghost, have we? Oh God, it's such a long distance. Does it look familiar to Foodle? Like, have we seen anything like that suit of armor before?
Roll. Do a raw intelligence roll.
Good. Okay. Rip my natural 20. Okay, that's a 9 plus 0.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Foodle just sort of shakes his head.
Well,
I don't
guess
know.
we have to be aware of that. I don't know what that is, but it doesn't look very good. All right, so we have this entrance through the water here. If we can cut a hole in this thing, maybe there's probably another gate down on the other side.
Well, does it look locked?
I don't know. She'll wade into the water as Dragonborn. She's not very bothered by it. And kind of give that gate a little jiggle or a lift or try to move it to the side or look for a handle or something. There's nothing.
Yeah, so we're looking at the gate right here.
Yeah.
It's not a gate that opens.
Right.
It's kind of like a portcullis that's just
like
been
a fence
built into.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
That's sort of been pushed into the rock here. So there's no opening this in the traditional way.
Right. Yeah, this isn't going anywhere, but we might be able to get through it with some of these things back here. I feel like something might get through it, but it might be probably more trouble than it's worth.
Yeah.
We're obviously not going down this way.
No. I'm with a scanner on that route.
No,
Not
but
a
I
river I
have an
wanna swim
exit
in.
there if I have to use it.
Yeah. Here's a quick question. So I know we looked around the room to see what was, what we could sort of see. Did we investigate this room to see if there were like any useful items or anything?
Yeah, if you want to investigate like a particular spot in the room, you can use investigation. Okay. If you want to do a broad survey of the room, yeah, here's how we'll do that. Like, you can use perception to see if something in the room, like, this pile of stuff over here looks like it might be worth an investigation.
What if we did a group check?
Could do a group check as well.
Also,
Or like the entire
when
room.
Foodle entered the room, he did like a scan of the place and got a natural 20. Did anything stand out? Like any certain areas of the room stand out to him?
Yeah, I mean,
that might be worth looking.
Some stuff, like there's like tools, there's weapons, like nothing in particular. As you scanned around and looked around, like nothing popped out to you as like, this is a magic sword, or this is another immovable rod, or anything like that. But you do see, like, in general, oh, there's a rack of weapons over there.
I mean, it doesn't look like there's particularly useful to us in here.
Yeah, probably not.
How tall was this door in the treasure room? Was it sort of the same size as the other one, like 7 or 9 feet or something?
Ooh, the door at the back of the treasure room that you haven't gone through yet?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's like a 9 foot door. 9 foot tall door.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I have 2 ideas. And it's possible we could even combine them. Can Foodle have more than one minor illusion going at once? How does the spell work?
No.
Okay. Yeah, it should specify if you could make more than one. I think prestidigitation, for example, does.
Yes. And it's a cantrip.
Yeah.
So even if that's sort of open-ended, I would say no.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, okay, so we could do Plan C in the treasure room, maybe. Right? I could make like a big chest, like a big
Well,
treasure chest
let's-
looking thing.
Right, but how? But maybe we should have people stationed at each door, because if they see him open one, then maybe it's a distraction for the other people, right?
Oh,
And we can
yeah?
get in behind.
Sure.
So maybe half of us should be here and half of us should be there.
Okay.
I think we need to be careful how far apart we are.
Right, but if that door's over there and this one's just right here, they can't be far from each other, right?
Mm.
I don't think so. And Kyono, if worst comes to worst, you've got Dimension Door, right?
Right, and I can carry somebody with me with that.
Okay. Well, what about this? Why don't you and Mazra choose a door, and then Iskander and I go to the other, and then we can always come back together, right?
Right, that's the plan. I just wanted to maybe, divide us up a little bit so it's harder to hit us all at one spot, because all these places are so narrow.
Yeah. No, I agree.
It is somewhat of a nervous environment to fight in, I will admit.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
Mazra and I'll take the treasure room door then.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Iskander. Let's head up to that top door.
Very well.
Kiona will
Now,
await
how am I
Mazra and
gonna...
then
Okay.
come through here with her.
I'm gonna need to zoom out a bit so chat can see both at
Oh
once.
God, yeah.
There we go. So, can I get away with one more level of zoom? Yes.
Where was the
Okay.
door in here?
Hold on.
It's over
Oh wait,
here.
it's in
Let me
here.
set up.
Never mind,
Let
yeah.
me set up chat's view. Okay. Okay. Iskander's not in there. Iskander's up here with Google.
Right, but okay.
No, I'm setting up my view.
When they go in there, Kiona's gonna grab Mazra's hand and just give it a squeeze. We got this. Right?
Dude. No hanky panky. Well,
No, Hanky, she gave
Iskander
she's
and
scared.
Poodle are like fighting for their lives. where are the other two?
Excuse me, nobody's fighting yet, first of all. And she's just looking for support. That's all. Y'all yell at us for not being like whatever, and then you yell at us for
yeah, that's how this works.
Does Mazra say or do anything in return? Response?
It just says, yeah.
Oodle is gonna look at Iskander and say, "We've got this, right?"
Yeah.
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 Okay. Iskander, do you have any... I don't know if... I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen you use like a bow or a crossbow or anything. Do you have something like that?
Let me consult my character sheet. I'm afraid I do not.
Okay.
Kiona's going to message Foodle the cantrip. Can I do that? Oh wait, it says in range. It's 120 feet.
Yeah.
It says you can cast it through solid objects if you're familiar, so she knows that he's got to be right over there, right?
Yeah.
So she's gonna say, we gotta open the door, so wait for my signal.
Can Foodle reply?
Yes.
Okay. Foodle will say, "Oh, perfect. I was gonna use minor illusion to send a message to you guys. This is even better."
Oh, maybe you can't.
Oh.
Post it
Well,
in chat.
Foodle can. using minor illusion, but
I think minor illusion he needs to be able to see in somewhere where he can see.
you very specifically don't with minor illusion. You can do it through walls, and through doors, and
I might not have been
It's
able
so
to send
OP.
that message to him.
Okay. Okay.
oh,
Because it says... Here, I'll just put it in the chat.
oh yeah. Did you post it? Oh, okay.
Point your finger toward a creature within range and whisper a message to the target. Here's the message. Yeah. Through solid objects, if you're familiar with the target.
1 foot of stone, though, and that wall is more than that.
1 foot of stone. Yeah, it's more than a foot of stone.
All right, never mind then.
Okay.
Yeah, you
That
can
never
do it.
happened.
Okay. Well, Skander, I've got an idea. So I'm gonna send them a signal using my illusion magic. But what if? No, that's crazy. I think. What if you sort of guard the door here, or do you want to charge in? You think? How are you feeling, Skander?
Well, I prefer to proceed with some modicum of discretion.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think we should start out. Maybe we can sneak attack them, you know, get some hits in. But after that, I think maybe just stay near me, stay at the door. Maybe. I mean, you know, you're quick, so you can like dart in and dart back. But I wouldn't go too far in. I don't think.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And Foodle's gonna drop a piece of fleece, and
We may need to make progress into the room to connect with our friends, however.
And Foodle's gonna nod. Yeah. And he's gonna drop a piece of fleece, and right here, 30 feet away from him, Kiona and Mazra are gonna hear Foodle's whisper. Okay, let's open the door. And Foodle's gonna look at Skander. On 3, 2, 1. Also, do we need to make new stealth rolls, Ghost?
Yes.
Ah, dang it. Okay.
So new stealth rolls.
And
Of course.
Foodle's
Oh
holding
no!
an
What
attack.
did I do?
Oh, God.
No, wait, hold on. That was a fail. I'm gonna bend luck because that was terrible. Wait, hold on. That was terrible. No, it's not bend luck. What is it?
Foodle didn't do much better. He got a 12.
Oh,
It's a really low
no.
Where is that?
Oh, did she? Let me scroll up.
Yeah, there was already a bend luck since your last.
No, but
long
it's
rest.
not. Yeah, but it's not a thing like that. You use sorcery points to do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But that's not the one I need. I'm sorry. There's another thing when I fail a roll, and I'm looking for it. Hold on. I'm so sorry.
Tides of Chaos.
Is it the Tides of Chaos?
Yeah.
Oh, no. A magical guidance. Starting 5th level, you can tap into your inner wellspring of magic to try to conjure success from failure. When you make an ability check that fails, you can spend 1 sorcery point to re-roll the d20. And you must use the new roll.
What are these rolls, though?
Okay. So that was stealth. Spending 1 sorcery point. That's better than the other one. It's fine. It didn't fail outright.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Tripped over another bucket or something.
I need a stealth result from Foodle as well.
Oh, 12.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Right. So we open the doors simultaneously. You already know what's behind that door. There's what's behind that door.
Oh, shit.
Now, because
just-
Foodle was using his cantrip to count down, I don't think he could have held a shot, which is why I didn't say anything.
No.
No, but we probably wanted to. Well, we didn't talk about it ahead of time, which was our mistake. But so.
It's time to rock and roll. Okay. Yeah, Kiona. Not good enough.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. You guys.
As you
That's
open
okay.
the door, this goblin right here across the way is carrying a basket full of like bits of metal and broken scrap trinkets and sees you open the door and it just freezes and drops
Kiona's
the
just standing there
basket
staring right back at him like, uh-oh.
drops the basket on the floor with a loud clatter and points and just yells, all right, everybody roll initiative.
All right, here's Foodle's fake roll. Don't fuck me on this. Come on. All right.
If we do think, I don't think I used Tides of Chaos last section, but if we think we did, you can make me roll on the Wild Magic Surge table to redo it. If you want to do that. I feel like I did,
Okay.
but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. All right.
In fact,
I
I have
anyone
a
remember
counter
why
for
there's a
that.
blue
Hold on, I do
square?
actually have a counter for that. Hold
Oh.
on. Did I fix it?
What the? So
No, I still have my Tides of Chaos according to my counter from last session.
Why is this like this?
I
Oh,
think I bent luck last time.
that works. Okay.
Oh, it's just delayed.
No,
All right, Ghost,
I
I'm
had
gonna
to
update
press a
Foodles.
button. Okay.
Oh, weird.
Well, I need to.
right, so
move
Foodles is
this
correct.
on the camera.
Does anyone remember why there's a blue square next to Kiona? I have no
It
recollection.
has to be
of this.
after I cast a sorcerer's spell, so obviously.
That was a
that was the
pressure
thing-
plate.
Right, the pressure plate, yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And Iskander needs to roll initiative. Okay. All right. Now, who can hear this? The room is really loud. So we're just gonna go. Boop. We're gonna go. Boop. We're gonna go. Boop.
Odd.
Why is my roll 20 not updating? It's so weird.
Oh,
It's been a little weird tonight.
it has
Okay.
been. What we
Yeah.
might want to do, Ghost, is
Yeah.
between this session and next, I probably just need to delete all the stuff that I added. I don't know if that slows it down for players. and
I
stuff,
don't know.
loading all
Yeah, Roll20 is being a bit weird tonight.
Yeah, I only got
don't
one of those rolls in mine.
know why.
that. Oh wait, no, I archived it all. I think.
Yeah, I don't know
Okay.
why. I don't think that should be. I don't think that should be doing anything. But in any case, all right, Foodle, you are up first.
Okay.
You kind of can you see this guy even?
I mean, I think I can only see it from their view. There's a wall here, so I don't think he can
Okay.
actually see it.
Yeah.
Depending on how tall that wall is.
Oh, it's
but-
a full wall right up to the ceiling.
Okay.
I really
like a
need to
partition wall.
remember all of my
So
stuff
you
that
don't-
I have.
So Foodle, you have no idea that just happened. You open the door, everything's going to plan.
Okay. So Foodle is going to sort of creep up 5, 10. Because he remembered there being one here. Oh, and it looks like it is still there. So he's going to. Does he have? He does. I don't think he still has line of sight on this one. No, but he does on this one.
Yep.
Now, out of curiosity, Ghost, does Foodle fire? He's going to fire at this one here. Does he fire at advantage?
For what reason would you fire at advantage?
If if they don't know that Foodle's there, but Foodle knows that they're there. It's like the unseen attacker thing.
And what did you roll for stealth?
12 total.
12 total. Yeah, you have advantage.
Okay. So Foodle's going to fire. Oh god, is he going to use Gimbal shot? He thinks everything's going to plan, so he's going to fire with the longbow. So let's get rid of an arrow.
Sure. Chat sees some of my secret rolls here.
Okay, so he's gonna fire at this guy for a 26 to hit.
That's a hit.
Okay.
And for 12 damage.
Nice.
Yeah. So you square up this goblin in your sights, pull the trigger, the musket cracks, kicks back against your shoulder.
It's a longbow.
Oh, a longbow.
Sorry.
Never mind.
Sorry. He's being sneaky because the plan's going well.
Loose the arrow. It pierces right through this goblin's neck as he's coming down with a large bucket-like contraption. It's not exactly just a bucket, but it's like this big iron bucket-like contraption that's going to scoop some molten metal out. The arrow skewers him through the neck, and he falls into the molten pool.
That's what I was hoping
this
for.
Splash of metal.
Oh shit!
It splashes against the floor right here and immediately begins to cool and harden. And when you do so, you hear this thrum. What we, as 21st century individuals, would recognize as sort of like an electronic sound, like something powering up. And this suit of armor that was just standing there motionless, its head slowly rises.
Son of a bitch, I knew those things were bad news.
It looks over here at the goblin's body slowly sinking into the water, and then it looks over here and regards you with a cold, imperceptible stare as it turns and squares up with you.
Ooh. Okay.
You have move action, bonus action.
Well, I've got another attack as well.
Oh, you do?
So
yeah.
He went 10. If Foodle goes here, does it look like this goblin noticed as well?
Ooh. Okay. Let me just do a quick.
Foodle's basically wondering if he could maybe get a sneak attack on that one, because obviously this thing has noticed him. But
let me just do a quick roll here.
Slaughter, you did, didn't you? Oh,
it
God.
Does not notice. It has no idea. By the way, in all of that, if you with your second attack, your attacks happen boom boom. All that stuff I described about this thing turning on, it hasn't done that yet. As of your second attack. Okay.
So Foodle could maybe attack that one.
It's kind of like powering up, but you don't know. It's just inert.
Right. Well, Foodle's gonna fire at this other goblin. Advantage?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Longbow it is. Boop. God, apparently I didn't even need. It's like, what the shit? And Foodle's going to use a superiority die.
Okay.
To add a little bit of damage and see if he can. He's going to try to scare the goblin, which hopefully isn't too bad.
Do I not have HP?
Ah, shit.
Oh, I have it in the wrong spot. That's why. All right.
So it needs to make a wisdom saving throw or be frightened.
No, it's dead.
Oh, okay.
You hit it in the back with an arrow, it just goes and slumps over on top of the forge, the smaller forge where it was working, and slides off and hits the ground.
Okay, and Foodle's going to go for his remaining movement. He's going to go 20, 25, and he's going to give Iskander 2 thumbs up. And that's his turn.
Okay. And Iskander
It's all going well.
Yes.
I love that Foodle just absolutely thinks this is going perfectly to plan right
He has
now.
no idea,
This
right?
is just amazing.
Everything's great. We did it.
Iskander with his sneaking and his stealth roll of like 8. What did he roll for stealth?
I know, but
10.
Foodle and Iskander,
Nope.
we're convinced. We're
Nope.
like,
Nope. Where's Iskander's stealth roll? I know I rolled stealth with Iskander somewhere.
SEAL Team 6 up here in the top
SEAL
room,
Team
all right?
6, yeah. I didn't roll stealth
And
with
the
Iskander,
hot mess
apparently.
down here below you, so that's...
Yeah. Okay. All right. Ooh, 21 stealth.
This is what I do in actual games,
But it
too.
actually-
I'm gonna be
but it
quiet,
actually
and then I
doesn't-
kick a card over.
That actually doesn't matter because the way stealth works is like you need to be like hiding behind something, and Iskander just thinks, all right, we dealt with it. So he's like just absolutely ninja tiptoeing 10, 15, 20,
Oh,
25,
my God.
30 right here. And as he's sneaking down and slowly drawing his sword as he's watching down here, this goblin get into position for an attack, and he's just thinking, I'm gonna sneak up on this guy so bad. This is when the armor begins to activate right behind him, and you see Foodle don't have time to warn Iskander because it's no longer your turn, but Foodle, you see as Iskander's creeping forward and slowly drawing that sword, you see the what appeared to be a suit of armor slowly raise its head, look over at the dead goblins, look over at Iskander, whose back is turned to you.
Right. Yeah, no. Yeah, Foodle can't.
All right.
Also, Ghost. Megan is correct. I double checked. If Iskander did roll an 8 on his.
That's what
stealth.
I thought, but I looked back through and I'm nope, because I was looking for Iskander's icon, but it's Ghost Pepper the GM. Yeah, so it is an 8. Okay, so and
Thank you, Megan.
he can't dash while stealthing, and he doesn't have any ranged attack capability. So that's going to be all he does that turn. Mazur, you are up. Mazur, you see 3 of these things as this archer right here cried out and pointed at you. You see these suits of armor right here. Same thing, just you hear this humming sound that starts out deep and then rises in pitch as they are activating. Their heads move up. They look over at the goblin, and then they follow the direction that the goblin is pointing in, straight to you.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh, but Foodle
Oh.
doesn't see that, right? So.
No, this is Mazra and Kiona only.
She'll go. She's like kind of cursing under her breath and goes. What? I mean, she still has movement.
I know, no, it's fine. Kiana doesn't like to
No
see
table
Mazra
talk.
running
No
into
table
a
talk.
room with like
Right,
a bunch
Mazra.
of bad guys, okay?
Mazra, it's your turn.
Okay,
your
is
action.
she in range? It's just like it's
Yeah,
hard to tell
that's
these
melee.
files.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
she stabs.
Just taps.
She stab. All right, you stab. You lash out with Nightingale. I think you say is always
Mhm.
first.
That's her main hand.
Yeah. Just you manage to find a little chink in the armor, a little crack between the armor plates, and sink in. And you hear this like static, like fizz hiss, kind of inside the armor. This thing makes no move to avoid your attack. There we go. Just subtract the 5 damage there. It makes no move to avoid your attack, but it just doesn't even regard the knife blade sticking into it.
Okay. Sorry, I forgot that.
Yeah, you're good. Okay, so yeah, you add your sneak attack damage. All right, what else? Anything else?
Does it at least look like it did damage to it, not just like...
You feel like it did damage. There's some inner
Okay.
working that you can't comprehend inside that
Okay.
something is happening. And in fact, it begins to leak molten iron out of the wound.
Okay. Okay.
So you actually have to like kind of edge your hand back up the blade a little bit because you can feel it like scalding this bit here as you stabbed
Okay.
into it. Just the proximity.
Carefully try and stab with Ren. Hopefully. Okay, good.
All right. Yeah, follow up, shunk right into the side of its head, and it just kind of. But once again, doesn't appear to be very phased by your attack. At this point, Mazar, I want you to make a perception roll.
Okay.
Okay. Sandream, thanks for that sub. I want to talk about that a little bit after, but I appreciate that so much. Trying to not lose the flow of the gameplay here. So a perception of 16. You notice two things. One, you don't need to move.
Okay.
You don't need. You can go where you need to, where you moved yourself. You notice two things. Number one, these things appear to be similar in construction to the constructs that you encountered in the Forgotten Vault that you explored, the vault, the pre-Gondaran ruins that you explored, that had like the floor was lava and you drained it down slowly.
Right.
Yeah, they're not the same. These seem to be of much less refined construction. They appear to be quite a bit clunkier. The second thing you notice is that while they have a vaguely humanoid kind of like face, they have 2 rows of 3 eyes. 1, 2, 3. They're constructed with 6 eyes.
Wow, what a dick.
Oh.
What a dick.
Oh my god. Did you just fucking do that to me? I hate you so much, Ghost Pepper. You can go rot in a big fat ditch somewhere. Thank you.
Happy
You dick.
anniversary, Ghost Pepper!
Fuck.
It's true. It's true. I did kind of fuck with her last week, didn't
So
I?
I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
don't even.
Oh, I'm
This
sorry.
is the TPK day, you guys. I know it is now. This is just. God damn.
So she'll come back and just wait. Does Matra like know that's like the 6-eye thing, or is it just like, oh, it has 6 eyes?
You've seen the 6-eye thing a couple of times. For anybody in chat who doesn't know, because there are some people that are a little bit newish to the campaign. The 6 eyes resembles the strange sort of amorphous creature that you found encased in the crystal in the ruins, in the catacombs beneath Duroman. And you've seen a couple. You've seen the ghost.
A little bit more for
the
people
ghost
that don't know.
When Darfin exorcised
Right,
the ghost.
Okay,
as it was like disappearing at the end, as it was being sort of dissipated in that final push of holy energy, it disappeared. One of the papers that the servant who was there in the Angevin house the night of the murder, who had those dreams, who was afflicted by those dreams every night, and so was basically you met him in an old Eldrigan monastery that was converted into basically an asylum after outside, just outside of Lysantia. That was on one of his papers. That was a drawing in his dreams.
Right. Also, a little detail for Kiona specifically is that she has one of those guys embedded in her head right now, in some way, shape, or form. We're not entirely sure how or what it is.
You're not 100. Yeah, you're not 100%. Well, Kiona isn't 100% certain what's going on.
No
with
idea
that.
what's going on with that, but it's there and she knows it. So this is a trigger for her heart.
It is. Yeah, the six eyes have a little something to do with Kiona's passenger.
Right. Her passenger that sometimes appears in dreams and speaks to her.
Yeah, so Masha will just say, they have 6 eyes. There's lava, be careful.
All right. Kiona, I want you to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh, I get advantage on that. Advantage on charisma checks. Is that a charisma check?
Nope.
Seriously. Thank God I have a +7.
You're with that not very gentle kind of revelation, that could have really rocked you and locked you up.
Thank you.
But no, you're fine. I mean, you're not fine.
No, because it came from Mazra, though. Mazra, I know. See, that's the thing. Yeah. Kiona knows that Mazra would never steer her wrong. And
basically,
so that's a comfort point for her. That was a smart move, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Basically, you get your full turn on your turn. Mazra, anything else? I don't think so. All right. This one. Let's take a look. What's their movement speed? Okay, they got full movement speed. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Oh my god, this thing has so many. Okay. Just another 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. This thing like just takes off in a it's kind of like, you ever watch like Terminator, like T-1000? He kind of starts walking and then he slowly breaks into a run. That's what this thing does.
Is charging terrifying. I hated that thing.
Goodness. The first 2 Terminator movies, just some of the scariest stuff. Like
They were. There were some scenes in those that haunted me for ages after I watched them.
I'll hit you with some Terminator lore behind the scenes info later, but really interesting. Kiona, it is your turn.
Okay. Yeah, fireball. Like, whoa. Kiona's gonna try to fireball into the room. She is going to toss her little piece of guano crap straight into the little molten metal to hope that her fireball explosion carries pieces of the molten metal with it. as
Just
it goes.
sprays the. Oh my goodness. Okay.
So she's gonna drop it. Hold on, I'm trying to do the math here on what she can see and what she is thinking about before. Can I do that? It's like that, right? I think I can. Okay, so there's like a. Is there? What is that? That's 50. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to figure out what the thing is between them. All right, it's not gonna hit that back goblin, but it would hit. I have to draw a square or something. I hate these. I don't know what 40 feet is. Something. Actually, it would be like there. The little one is not right. I don't know. 40 feet in that general area. So she'd toss it right into the tip of that lava pool. That's what I'm saying. And she's gonna do it at level 4.
Okay.
And yeah,
Roll it.
And we'll see. I could potentially use the meta magic on it, but I can do that after I do the thing, right? Oh god, I hope that they take that shit, because that's a 26 damage. Is that meta magic any good anymore? I might need to trade that in. Oh no, can you do? Oh, I can. I can re-roll some of those if I wanted to. It's okay though. I'm happy with it. 26 points of damage. They have to dex save out of it.
As soon as I sent it, I noticed it. I was like, oh god. That's a hell of a fireball, Kyoto. Holy shit.
So Groz, that's the biggest chat I've ever seen. Yeah.
Damn it.
These three, okay, that's thank you for drawing that diagram for me.
I'm sorry. I try. It's
no,
in there
legit,
somewhere.
Legit,
it's not
thank
exact.
you. Legit, thank you. Because it's 30 feet, right?
It should be centered essentially. It's 40 actually. It's 20 in a radius.
20 foot radius.
It should
so
be
it's like
centered
right
in
here.
that lava pool, essentially
here.
somewhere there. Yeah.
Okay. These 20.
Obviously
okay, that one's
inside the room. Yeah.
Okay. These constructs make absolutely no move to avoid it. They just keep advancing towards you. As they're engulfed in these flames, molten iron raining down on their heads. They just keep advancing towards you. And Monster, you see that this one right here, as it is engulfed in the flames, the armor that you've broken through with your magic daggers begins to actually seal back up. And it seems that it's been, rather than damaged, it's actually been healed.
TPK tonight, you guys. Kiona has fire magic.
Oh no! That is not.
Oh my god. Okay, so they take what? Half the damage or less? What? How does that work? Is that a?
They have like, absorption, so they actually heal. They actually heal,
which is even.
Yeah.
Okay, so my thing won't work against that, huh?
What thing?
Elemental Adept.
I mean, it like you can use it to increase the amount by which it heals them.
No, I mean the thing about my fire spells ignore fire resistance, but that's not resistance.
It's not
that's
resistance.
absorption.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Kiona will utter an audible fuck when she sees that. and she's gonna try her rope dart of multiplication. Oh no, wait, she can't do that. That's 2 things in a thing, Ken. She didn't take a thing. Never mind, my bad. I already did my action. Oh, and here's my wild magic. I didn't test my dice. You love me, right? 19!
There's just a couple more guys I need to add to this.
Just a couple.
Just a couple.
This is it, you guys. I'm sorry.
Go down to Kiona.
We can slam the door in their face. She's gonna.
Okay.
Can she close the door? Can she just close the door?
No, because I'm gonna make you roll a wild magic surge now.
Oh fuck! I forgot. No. What level was that fireball? Was that a 4?
It was a level 4 fireball.
That made me
God,
feel a little bit sad that you upcast it, and it's like, oh no. I'm just gonna delete this square here.
I rolled a 2, which is a 200. There's a round. Does that count as it? No, it
what is
doesn't
it?
because it's percentage dice. It's just 20. It's a 20. That's what it is.
No. What?
2 with 2 zeros.
No, that's a 2.
That's a 2.
That's a 2.
Because that's the 10s and that's the okay. Yeah.
That's 002.
That doesn't count then. All right. I just feel like when you have a 0 on a dice, it feels very that to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Roll on this table at the start of each of your turns for the next minute, ignoring this result on subsequent rolls. So I can roll every time I have a turn for the next 6 turns on the wild magic search table. Thank you very much.
What does it say? Can you read that back to me again?
Out of that room.
It says, roll on this table, the wild magic surge table, at the start of each of your turns for the next minute, ignoring this result on the subsequent rolls. So anything but the same.
So does it say you can or you do?
It says ignoring this result.
No. At the very beginning.
No, that's what you do. It just
the very
says roll on this table.
Roll
That's
on this
how
table.
It says it.
Okay, so you
roll
have to.
Roll on this table at the start of each of your turns.
So you have to. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah.
Everybody gets 6 inspiration.
Wild magic surges coming at ya.
Leader, thank you so much. Everybody has a point of inspiration.
TPK in a minute. Oh my gosh, Leader, you are amazing. Thank you, because that's going to be needed.
Leader might actually avert this TPK. Oh my god.
Right? Oh my
Thank
god.
you, Leader.
Thank you.
All right. Is that your turn, Kiona?
Still here, is he? He'll do the other shit.
That's okay. So that's her turn, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. This one
no,
moves.
She's gonna look at Mazra and when that surge things happens, because nothing really happens, she's gonna look at Mazra and be like, nope, I don't feel so good.
All right. This one is going to make one slam attack with its fist. It walks into this room and just boom, boom against each of you. Mazra first, Kiona second. So Mazra, it's not at advantage, so that's a 10 against Mazra. That's a 20 against Kiona. So Kiona, take 12 bludgeoning damage.
The shield spell would not have saved me from this.
True. I feel like you've got somewhere on your big, what is it, the vault, the player count, and you're keeping track of how many hits shield would have blocked and how many wouldn't.
I should keep track of that, really.
I can't remember one since I told you not to get rid of it.
I can just put on the little counter thing down here. Okay, times shield loss since episode 672.
Okay. This goblin archer lines up a shot on Kiona. Now, Kiona has since it's firing through 2 allies, Kiona has +5 AC against this attack. And it's a critical miss. So this short bow actually dealt 3 piercing damage to this this one in the back here. So the goblin kind of aims up and sticks its tongue out the side of its mouth and fires and hits the construct in the back, and it kind of just jerks forward a little bit. Takes a little bit of damage. The last one kind of moves into range right here. How did this one roll a 0 on initiative? There are a couple that
Minus
you can't
1 dex?
see. Yeah, that's it.
That's funny.
And stops there.
Impressive.
It's just some scuttlebutt going around here. Foodle, you're up next.
Okay, so Foodle has a passive perception of 15. How much of the nonsense that was going over here did Foodle hear?
You heard
all
a
of this
big
stuff.
boom.
I was
From
gonna
what
say, you
sounds
should have
like a
known the
fireball.
fireball went off. Yeah.
Right, okay.
It actually
All right,
rattled
and-
like the whole room. It sent tremors through the whole room, and there's like anything that's sort of loose or sort of any tools that are perched at, like this sword that's perched at the end of the grindstone, just sort of falls with a clatter.
Okay. Can Foodles... Does he have line of sight on this guy? Oh yeah, just
Yes.
barely, probably?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so Foodle's going to sort of stow his longbow and grab Gimbal Shot out of the air, and he is going to... Is he gonna... What is his spell slots looking like? He's gonna use his bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark. And he's going to fire Gimbal Shot, not at advantage, into this thing here.
Yep.
Nice.
Okay. All right. This time, the crack of the musket, like a clap of thunder, and the bullet enters this side of its head, exits this side of its head. It just kind of goes kunk like that. You see molten metal leaking out onto its shoulders, but it still keeps on moving towards Iskander. It like acts like it didn't even notice.
Okay. Foodle's gonna cock his head to a side, grab Gimbal Shot out of the air that's been reloading. Oh wait, you know what I didn't do? I didn't do a Hunter's Mark damage. There you go. Okay, sorry. And then he's going to fire Gimbal Shot again at the same guy. Oh, that's nice.
Okay.
And he's gonna apply Hunter's Mark and Colossus Slayer. And you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna pump a superiority die into this, and this thing needs to make a strength saving throw or be knocked prone. He's gonna try to get him in the leg this time.
Okay. And what's the DC on that?
15.
It passes.
Ah, shit.
So the second shot, you aim for its knee. You miss a little bit high and it goes through the thigh instead, and its walk kind of buckles just a little bit, but it appears to be able to correct its balance.
Okay, and Foodle's going to go 10, 15, 20, 25, and as he's moving through, can he slam the door behind him?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks,
This-
Ghost.
This door?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that is Foodle's turn.
Let me just draw a little line here because now you've lost line of sight.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
You're good. You're good. Okay. But this is gonna be it's gonna be entertaining for you. All right. 5, 10, 15, and Iskander hears the gimbal shot going off and turns around just in time to see this thing right on top of him, reaching for him. And it makes 2 slam attacks on Iskander Blackbird, one of which hit for 12 damage, but he can have that. So he kind of manages to, he ducks under the first one. The second one clips him in the shoulder. He's just like, what the devil are these things? And he will attack it, now that it's his turn, with his scimitar. Oh, yeah. And that was max damage already, so I don't even need to recalculate that. And then sneak attack. And I believe he gets to roll for sneak attack twice, right?
Oh yeah, he does.
Okay, God.
Yes.
He
my God.
catches with his slash. It's like this panicked. He's already got it drawn, and he sees this thing coming behind him over his shoulder. He ducks around it, weaves, and just makes this panic upward slash with his scimitar. And it looks like he caught something as it cuts up diagonally across his chest. And unfortunately, none of the player characters see this because they're all but it seems to catch like some sort of like tube or hose or something inside it, because there's like molten metal just spraying out everywhere, and it seems to begin to slump and deflate and have its balance knocked off a little bit. It looks very hurt. Mazza, you're up.
I think she'll. If she realizes they like healed up, she'll kind of curse. I think she had something of a feeling of it when she saw it kind of oozing. And she'll kind of look at Kiona and say, we should try to get them to the water. And kind of almost indicate that she should like back away, like back towards where they came from. And she'll try to she'll first attack this one that's in the doorway right here. This guy. She'll use Nightingale to attack that guy.
Okay. Let's hit that button.
Let me hang on. It's only one turn. Okay, never mind then. All right.
Okay, yeah, that hits it.
And unfortunately, she does not get. Well, no, Kiona's within 5 feet.
Yeah. So the regular sneak attack rules trigger in this case.
Okay.
Yeah. Nice.
Okay. And then she'll do an offhand as well.
Okay. That hits as well. These things are making no attempt to avoid your attacks.
And as she does, she is going to basically, again, like tell Kiona that she needs to move back. And for the moment, I think she's gonna just. I think she's gonna move back a couple feet. And stay here basically to kind of hoping Kiona listens, but then to become like a focal point if they come through the doorway.
Okay. And is that your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. This one. Okay. There's one off map that you can see that I had to move there. This one goes 5. Into the room.
Sorry, I thought I couldn't go through its friend. I apologize.
No, they can follow the same rules as you guys.
It's fine. It's fine. I have an idea, but I'm not sure it will work. We'll see. We'll see how the surge goes in the first place, I guess. That's the real thing. If I'm still alive.
Yeah. 5, 10, and it's going to make 2 slam attacks on Kiona from there. An 11 and a 12.
Neither hit.
Okay.
Kiona is doing the dance right now. Okay.
Yeah, it swings at you. It's trying to smash at you with its fists, and you're too nimbly of a dragonborn.
I have the option to do probably a more sensible thing, or to do a thing that's probably not super sensible, but might be fun anyway. So
you got a wild magic surge to roll.
Surge. I gotta roll the surge first.
Top of the turn.
Yes. Oh my
nice.
god, it is the top of the turn. Shit. That is a 67. Oh, fuck.
Is that the fireball?
You're frightened.
You're frightened.
Frightened by the nearest creature until the end of your next turn.
Oh, crap.
All right. These things are scary.
Yeah, okay, so which one am I frightened of?
This one.
Okay. What does frightened do? I cannot move toward it. I have to move away from it, right?
Now we need to. There's 2 different conditions. There's fear and there's frightened.
Oh, okay.
They do 2 different things. A frightened creature has disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls, while the source of its fear is within line of sight, and you can't willingly move closer to the source of your fear.
Okay, so the thing that I was gonna do that is a little bit out there might actually work in this case, because she's scared of this thing.
Yep.
Her first instinct is to turn it into something harmless. And she's going to polymorph it. Hopefully. The one that came through the door at her just now. And turn it into a spider, a regular, plain old, everyday tiny spider.
Oh, no, I misclicked. Sorry to tell you, this thing has an ability called Immutable Form.
Oh god!
Oh god, we've lost her.
Oh no! Literally this emote. Oh god. You guys, she spent the whole time trying to decide if she was gonna do it to an enemy or to herself. Oh, that is tragic. Oh no.
I'm sorry, Flutter. I'm sorry,
Oh.
Flutter.
I hate you. I hate you so much.
Lenny's just getting his comfies on. He's just concerned. Doge. All right, I am Burke with the headroom. Okay.
Oh my god, I hate you.
We got 2 clips already. Okay. You still have your move action and your bonus action, so as you weave the spell, you're not sure if it's this sudden sense of fear that has overcome you, or if there's something to do with this creature, but you see its physical form begin to sort of wobble a little bit, but then the spell fails, and it remains just as it was, still advancing towards you, still reaching for you.
All right. Well, I don't think there's anything she can do but run. I would. She's gonna have to run, so she's gonna take 2 hop attacks.
Yes, she is. Okay.
So that's what she's
Wait,
gonna
do you have a bonus at? No, wait.
She does have a bonus action, but
can't
she doesn't
disengage on a
have.
bonus action. No, that's a rogue thing. All right, so one of them hits,
Oh my god.
and the other one's a 15.
Which also hits.
Okay, so you take 23 bludgeoning damage in total as you're trying to run away from these things.
Kiona's hurt, you guys. And she can run though, right?
Oh yeah,
Because
yeah,
that
you can
was
still run.
op
Yep.
attack. 5, 10. She's looking real bad. 15, 20, 25, 30. That's all she's got.
Okay,
Cool. Thanks, guys.
right. And this one moves 5, 10, steps on the pressure plate, because these things just are mindless, right? It steps on the pressure plate that it didn't know, it didn't even know was there. And there's a large, like, slab of stone that just detaches from the ceiling and falls on it, dealing... This would have hurt if it fell on you guys. 4d10 damage. Oh my god, what are these rolls?
Wow, that's awful.
What are
Come
those
on.
rolls? Get wrecked, team. Oh. That's too much that I took off. Okay.
I demand a
that.
reroll.
4d10 and it dealt 10 damage in total. It's like 25%
Cheap.
power.
Cheap.
But it stops there. The Goblin Archer here has lost sight of any targets, and it begins to move back around. Okay. And then the other constructs. What other constructs do we have? This one moves in right behind here. And this one begins to cross the bridge. Okay. There's another little guy down here. Okay, and Foodle, you are up. show you guys where Foodle is. Foodle ran away and shut the door. And you're muted, Collie. I don't know if you...
Right, sorry. So Foodle basically doesn't know anything.
No.
Foodle is going to use his turn. He's going to drop a piece of fleece and like here at the end of this thing, Foodle's voice is going to shout, "Okay, well actually hold on. Can Foodle open the door as like a bonus action or something? Or like a free action or something?" Okay.
Yeah.
So Foodle's gonna open the door and see what he sees.
Okay.
And he's gonna like scooch this way a little bit. And he's gonna drop the piece of fleece and like right there. His voice is going to say, for anyone, he's not being quiet. Anyone who can hear that in range, he's gonna say, "If you guys are in trouble, everything looks clear up here. Come on up if you need to."
Where did he put that message? In the room we were in?
Yeah, right here.
Okay. All right. Okay. So they might have heard it, I guess.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And that is Foodle's turn.
Okay. This one is still pursuing Iskander. Still kind of chasing after him, jerking. It looks like it's kind of like it almost looks like it's bleeding out in a way. Like it doesn't have whatever it is that that sustains it and keeps it going. Still enough to make a couple attacks against Iskander. One of them hits, the other is a crit miss. Iskander is going to have that, so that's 9 bludgeoning damage instead. And he's kind of like backing across this bridge, holding out his scimitar, like dueling with it as he goes, trying to keep it away from him. And then it is Iskander's turn. And he is... There's all this negative chat about me in chat. What did I do? What did I do? What did I ever do to anybody? What? Right. Iskander is going to make a swipe with his scimitar. That is a hit. Believe it or not, an 11 is a hit. And he deals 10 slashing damage to it. So at this point, he lashes out with the blade and lops this thing's head off. And Foodle sees as the head goes spinning into the molten iron, and the body just sort of slumps down on the bridge.
Foodle's doing the Tusken Raider. He's like super excited.
No time for celebration, Mr. Shepard. Our friends are in trouble. And he runs 5,
Foodle
10,
looks surprised.
15, 20, 25, 30 this way, running after them. Okay. Mazra, you are up.
Okay. She'll move.
This chat, see, does chat have a good view? Yes. None of our players can see Iskander right now, that's all.
She'll take a attack on this guy. Team Nightingale as usual.
Okay. That is a hit.
Okay. Okay. And then because she's by herself, she gets that.
Okay.
And then she'll do offhand as well.
So stabbing into this thing, there's more molten metal leaking out of it, sizzling as it hits the floor.
So she's gonna stay here and basically like act as like a, to make sure Kiona is away from them, and then she'll keep indicating for her to kind of keep going.
Okay. Is that your turn?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Which one is this? I have so many of these on the field. I'm not even sure. Is this one down here? Yeah. Okay. That's not what you guys want to hear. Which enemy's turn is this? There are too many on the board.
Seriously.
Yeah. Okay. And then this thing is moving through the piles of treasure that are becoming like basically like not a heap of loose coins, but now a heap of like solid metal as the molten iron from these things is like dropping onto some of the coins that you guys have left behind, and just turning into like a solid slag heap. Does not affect the amount of money that you're taking in your hoard. And Kiona, it's your turn.
Let me do the wild magic surge. Oh, fuck yes! It's a 28. For the next minute, all of your spells with the casting time of 1 action now have a casting time of 1 bonus action. Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Now, standard spell rules
Still apply.
Yeah.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yes. But yes.
Megan says all those fire spells.
I know. You just shut up, Megan. Okay.
but you have a number of options here.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just sitting here like, Flutter, read my mind.
I know. I really
Read my
wish I
mind.
could. Can we get out of here? You're right next to me. All right, hold on. Let me see how far this is. Let's see. That's. We can go any the fuck where I want to go, but we can't leave Foodle. And how do we do this? I don't fucking know, you guys. This is so difficult. All right. I'm going to. Can I? Okay, so if a spell is a bonus action, does that mean I can have 2 bonus actions essentially? Like I can use a bonus action and then do the spell?
Anything that would take a bonus action, you can use in your regular action slot, not the other way around.
Okay. So.
However, there's always this rule: you can't cast 2 leveled spells.
Right. No 2 leveled spells. Right. Yeah.
So
yeah.
you could cast a cantrip that costs a full action, plus a leveled spell as a bonus action.
Right.
Or you could do a spell as a bonus action and attack with a weapon, or
Yeah,
dash,
I mean,
or
attacking anything
disengage,
right now.
Right.
The question is whether or not I'm going to use Dimension Door, really. I don't think I know where to go, though, so I don't think I should. So I'm not going to be able to read your mind, Ghost. I really wish I could. I'm going to just do... We have, that's spells, though. It's not actions. Fuck. You know what? She's gonna take Varric's spinning top out of the bag and throw it at the doorway, like right in the middle of the door, in hopes that it causes something that prevents them from coming through really quickly. So she'll take it out of the bag and she'll throw it and she'll say, Dabneen. I think that's what it says. And then she's going to roll on a d6. Right? That's the thing? Yeah. Okay, never mind that one. 6 on a d6.
Okay.
And that is on Varric's spinning top a nothing happens. Cool. All of the good things right now. Great. Cool. All right. Well, fuck you, Varric spinning top. All right. And then she's and then she is going to
Varric spinning top, one of the magic items that our glorious community has made. Which anybody who has a sub to the Ghost Pepper channel, you could make a custom magic item or NPC to appear in the campaign.
So, in lieu of that, she's gonna just kind of out of desperation grab her lasso, and she's gonna cast Hypnotic Pattern into the room previous, like by the doorway, and into the room in like whatever the best square, like whatever thing, 30-foot cube inside that door.
Okay.
Anything that's inside that door, hopefully.
Okay.
God. Is that under the same other spell thing? Did I already just do that? Also, by the way, I need to do that. That's an 18. I probably missed it last time. That's a 1. I just rolled another 1 on the fucking...
That's 2 in 1 turn? Oh, God.
Let's hit it. Tell me it's the fireball.
Does inspiration work on this?
No, it doesn't. Tell me you just fireball.
First of all, it's a round number, so we get a race change.
Okay.
It is a 30. You teleport up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space of your choice that you can see.
Okay.
And as she teleports, she turns into...
So Mazra sees Kiona Bamfo as a dragonborn.
Oh my God.
And she reappears as a halfling. Okay. Okay.
So yeah, she'll move 60 feet out of the room in a whatever straighter direction she can. At that point, I need to do the math there, but...
Yeah, as long as she can see it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so she's gonna go straight out from her, like, diagonally upward, past like the doorway out by the thinger.
Okay. Excellent.
That's what she's gonna do. And
Good.
She's not happy, so I gotta do sheet things. Cool.
Chat, I apologize because there's no way I'm going to be able to get Kiona into frame at the same time as giving you a good view. So you're not going to see Kiona for a little bit, chat. All right, is that your turn?
That is my turn.
All right. This one keeps on advancing. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Kind of working at hemming Mazza in a little bit. Just going to make 2 slam attacks, a 21 and a 16.
Wait, did my hypnotic pattern do anything to them?
Oh, I forgot to do that. There are too
Right,
many things
I'm sorry.
happening
We
at
went
once.
into too many things. I'm
Too many
sorry.
things,
I was
okay.
just like, wait, I just
We'll
cast a spell.
we'll
I was
resolve
marking it
that.
off my
Okay.
sheet. I was like, wait.
Hypnotic pattern. So they get advantage on this save.
Oh, okay.
Oh, those dicks.
So save. Is it what kind of save is it? Wisdom save. Okay, that one rolled this one rolled a 10. This one rolled a 16. And the third one rolled a 10.
So the
these
2 that rolled
two
10 did
fail.
not save.
This one succeeds. And is it that one's turn? It is that one's turn. So, back here, 21 and 16, Masra.
The 21 will hit.
Okay. Yep. So, that 21 that hit is 17 bludgeoning damage.
Okay, I'll take half of that.
Okay. And that's its turn. There's another goblin archer somewhere. It comes around here, sees Iskander, and takes a pot shot at him with its short bow. Ooh, and that's a hit. So Iskander takes 7 damage. He already used his reaction to have some damage. No, he didn't. So he's gonna save it. So he'll just take the 7 damage. And that's his turn. This one can do nothing. This is hypnotized. This one is moving around and advances on Iskander. Making 2 slam attacks, and Iskander sort of ducks and weaves and parries through them. And then we're back to this goblin archer here. And he's going to do the same. Take a shot at Iskander. That is not a crit. That's a 22, though. And this time he's going to have that damage. So he's going to take 4 instead. And now the DM is done playing Dungeons & Dragons with himself, and it's Foodle's turn.
All right. Foodle's going to come busting out this door. 5, 10, 15, 25. He can't see any living enemies, so he's gonna follow Iskander.
So you need to follow him across this bridge, and then come down here.
Yeah, unless I want to make a jump or something, which I really don't want to do.
That might not be the best idea.
Yeah, 15, 20. Does Foodle want to go? He's gonna go here, and that's his turn. I think. I guess he has a bonus action, but I don't think he can do anything. So that's his turn.
Okay. There's nothing within line of sight that he can attack. Yeah, okay. Next up, that one is dead. So it's Iskander's turn. He's going to attack this thing here. Whoa. Make an attack with his scimitar. That's a hit. These things have such low AC. And sneak attack damage.
Get
Right.
it, Iskander!
Slashes
Get
across this thing with his scimitar. It starts leaking that molten metal. Mazra's turn.
Okay. She'll go for this guy.
Okay. That's a hit.
That green always looks good, but it's really not that great.
It's not, no, it just means that you
No.
rolled max on one of the dice.
Still.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then she'll do
So first attack, lands it in its neck. Molten iron begins leaking out. It once again, like, it doesn't respond. It doesn't react the way like a living creature would react to these attacks. You kind of stab it, and its head kind of cocks like this from the force of you plunging the knife into its neck, but it doesn't react with anything resembling pain.
Okay. No.
That's a hit.
Oh, okay. Well.
Yeah,
alright.
believe it or not. Another follow-up attack, knife into the sternum here. It's starting to look pretty beat up.
Okay. Trying to see. She's gonna move. She's gonna move right there.
Okay. Next up is one of the creatures down here. Yep, that's the right one. 15, 20. It sort of shoulders past this goblin, kind of gently moves him out of the way, and starts making for the bridge. Oh, what have I done? I've done something to my own view. That one is... Now, how does hypnotic pattern work? Does it, like, when does it get to resist every turn?
No, it doesn't get woken up until either the creature becomes charmed for the duration while charmed the spell. The
Concentration or
creature is
1 minute.
incapacitated,
Okay.
has speed of 0, spell ends if it takes damage or if someone else uses an action to shake the creature out of its stupor.
Okay. You're up, Kiona. And
Okay,
we'll move over and see what Kiona's up to.
Kiona is going to use her bonus action.
Don't forget to roll your thing.
Oh, right. The wild magic surge. How many is that? Is this number 3? You got to do like 6
Yeah.
of them. Oh my
Yes.
god.
Number 3.
That was a 64. You cast Fog Cloud centered on yourself.
All right.
Oh! This
You
is
don't
number
know.
2? Oh my god.
This is number 3.
I thought that was number 3.
Yeah, this is number 3.
This is Fog Cloud.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Okay.
The 20-foot radius sphere of fog centered on me, and its area is heavily obscured.
Okay. Yeah, so you feel that your magic is going out of control right now. That you know, whatever force it is inside you, you just feel this vibration in your chest that seems off somehow. It's just all over the place here. And you don't know whether it's you're afraid or nervous or something like that. But fog starts to like shoot like pressurized steam out of every pore in your body. Okay. Next.
Kiona is
Yep.
going to
Oh yeah, you have a
pull
whole
yourself
turn, yeah.
together, like mumble to herself, pull yourself together, and drink a healing potion.
Okay.
Which is 2d4 plus what? 2d. Not
2d4 plus 2.
Plus 2. Yeah. Listen, I'm trying to remember that.
Yeah, yep, all good.
Cool, awesome, great.
All right, enjoy
wonderful.
your 3 hit points.
And then she is going to come back
I thought it was
into.
2D. Oh, it's 1d4? Okay.
No, Yeah, it's 2d4 plus 2.
Oh, oops. So another D4.
Okay. I was like, it's impossible to get
go.
2
Oh.
3.
7 hit
That's-
points.
Okay, that's better, but still okay. Anyway, she's going to run back in 5, 10, 15, so she can see Mazra. What was I gonna do? I had a plan, you guys. Oh, that's right, I had a plan. Okay. 20, 25. Why is that the only construct in here? That's bullshit. No, okay.
You hypnotize them so they can't move.
I know, but now I shouldn't do that. Now I'm just here. Son of a bitch. No, she's gonna just back up a little bit. She's too injured. This is such a journey. I just don't know. I had this idea, but it like now that I've put them to sleep, it's a bad idea, and I just don't. Oh fuck. So she's got like nothing. She's gonna. Can she use her action to convert her sorcery points instead of the bonus action she used to drink the potion?
Yeah.
And because she doesn't know what to do right now.
Yeah.
She'll tell Mazra it's foggy out there. And convert some sorcery points to make herself another spell slot for level.
What is Mazra thinking?
3.
Oh my god. What is going on in her
She's used to this by now.
It's foggy out there.
Listen, the
Careful.
nonchalance
It's foggy
with
out there.
which Mazra treats Kiona's wild magic surges is what wins Mazra so hard in Kiona's book. Like,
It's a
she
thing.
just-
Oh
Just
my
gotta
God.
deal with it.
yeah.
Woof, that emote is so perfect. Poor Flutter. This iron, they're called Ironforged, by the way. I shouldn't have said that, but whatever. It's not a spoiler or anything. I just see the label. This construct here continues advancing towards Mazra after she wounds it. It sort of just knocks this brazier over as it advances towards her and reaches out to Mazra. A 25 and a 23. So that's 6 damage and 10 damage.
Can she have one of those? Is this
She
a
can
new
have
turn?
one.
Okay.
Is it a new turn? Yes,
It's
because
like-
you attacked
okay.
and moved. Yeah.
Right.
This is the only one that's been attacking you.
Okay.
Okay. And that's its turn. So really simple enemies. So I'm going to take another pot shot at Iskander and misses with his short bow. Foodle, you can see arrows flying at Iskander, missing him wide. This one is still incapacitated. This Ironforged right here raises its fists up. Why did it only make one slam it? That's weird. It put the little divider right there. That first one hits. And I think he's already halved his damage, so he takes the full 15. So Skander's luck runs out as he's duking and ducking and weaving around here. And finally, this thing catches him with his fist right in the face and clocks him. He staggers back, lining him up nicely for another shot by this archer that misses wide, and it is Foodle's turn.
All right, Foodle. Shoot. How is this one looking? Like, is stuff falling off of it and it's leaking stuff?
Can you
or
ping
no?
that one again?
Oh, this one here,
This one,
construct?
it's looking. It has taken damage.
Okay.
You watch the Skander cut into it.
Hmm. Okay. All right. Well then, Foodle is going to. I think he's going to stay where he is, and he's going to fire gimbal shot into this thing.
Okay, yeah, it's a hit.
Okay, and what do we get? What is it? Hunter's Mark. There we go, because he's still got that going.
Okay. Now, does he need to transfer it as a bonus action?
Yes,
From one
so
target to
that's a
another?
good point. So for
Yeah.
his bonus action, he'll do that. That's a
Yep.
good. Oh my gosh, I completely forgot about that.
Yep.
Thank you.
I've been keeping track. I know you did that earlier and didn't mention doing it as a bonus action, but you didn't use a bonus action on that turn anyway, so it's all good.
Yeah, but I gotta. Oh god, I gotta be on top of that. Okay, and he's gonna fire again if this thing's still standing.
Okay, that's a hit.
All right.
So it's what, 13 damage? Okay, yeah,
Still
2
alive.
shots ring out and crack into it, and it staggers back a little bit, just from the force of it, but it's still moving forward towards the Scander.
Okay. All right. I think that's his turn. That's all we got.
Speaking of a Scander, it's his turn, and he's going to use his fancy footwork to kind of jump up onto the forge right here, run across it, jump down behind the creature. He's gonna slash it across its back with his scimitar for 11 plus 10 sneak attack damage. Okay. And that's a Scander's turn, and it's Maz's turn.
She's gonna do the same. Okay. Goodness for that. Cool. It happens.
First attack, yeah, you lodge your knife into a gap in its armor, in its chest, and this time it buckles a little bit as the molten liquid is spilling out. This one looks very hurt.
Okay.
Oh wait, I applied that damage to a Scander, not to the creature.
Oh,
Hold on.
whoops.
God.
Okay. That's better. Okay. Okay.
Does it still look really hurt?
This one?
Whatever she
Oh,
just did damage to?
This no.
I
This
don't know
one.
that hit.
No, I applied the damage to that the Scander dealt to a Scander, not to the construct that he was attacking.
Oh, okay.
So I was like, why does a Scander have like 4 HP?
Stabbed himself.
Woof. How do you want to do this?
Please tell me it's dead. Yay! Okay. Yeah, she notices that kind of gap, the kind of buckling in the armor, and then uses Ren to kind of hit that buckled spot and just kind of do what she can to kind of make the armor just kind of either come apart or whatever.
Yeah. And as it's advancing towards you and you do this, the whole thing, speaking of buckling, the whole body buckles beneath it. And its arms that were reaching for you, one of its arms like claps you on the shoulder a little bit painfully, but not enough to deal any HPs of damage, and just sort of slides off. And it ends up in a heap, and you kind of dance back a little bit as a pool of molten metal sort of spreads around it like a pool of blood. Not wanting to get your feet burned on that, but it is deactivated.
Okay, so she's gonna kind of move here and ask Yuna, "Are you okay?"
She'll kind of nod.
Right. And this goblin archer here, that nobody can see at the moment, hearing the shot ring out and seeing this one stagger in response to that, is going to move... move over across the bridge like this, look up, see Foodle, make an attack with his short bow.
Oh. Poodle dodges out of the way.
And that's its turn. Where are we? This one begins crossing the bridge. Okay. This one here is still hypnotized. These two are just standing transfixed and watching this pattern weave around.
You want to put the Matrix code in front of them.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. She put like some impossible mathematical problem in front of them, and they're working on solving it right now. They're doing like a blockchain calculation or something. I don't know. Kiona, you're up.
As much as I hate to do it, we have to take him out at some point. Kiona's gonna look at Mazra and kind of look at her and pull out her lightning wand as she kind of walks around her a little bit so she's in a straight line from them. And she is going to use her wand of lightning bolts. And she is going to use it. I have to use the spell thingy because I can do extra sorcery points to give more than 3rd level. So where is it? Lightning bolt. She's gonna do it at...
Wait, you're using sorcery points to charge up?
No, I'm sorry. Yes. Because...
Can you do that?
What is it? Oh, I'm sorry. It's charges on the wand, not sorcery points.
Yeah, the wand itself has charges.
The wand itself has charges.
Oh, you need to wild magic surge first.
Oh shit. Oh god. Okay, this is number 4.
Oh god.
Please be good.
This is a 58. For the next minute, any flammable object you touch that isn't being worn or carried by another creature bursts into flame.
Oh, just stay away from those guys.
You're in a stone room.
True.
Yeah, there's like nothing in here that she can do. So
yeah, stay away from those guys. Ooh, if they hit you with a melee attack, oh yeah.
Right, I know. So she has 5 points left on her wand of lightning bolts.
Yeah.
And you cast 3rd level at 1.
Yep.
And each additional charge after that is, where did it go? Okay, sorry. So she's gonna cast this thing up. She's gonna 1, 2, 3, 4. She can use 4 of them, right? And then it won't disappear. So she still has 4. Yeah, she's gonna do 4.
Yeah, there's a chance that the wand is destroyed if you use the last charge.
Right, so she's not going to use the last charge of it, but she's going to take it up to that point with a level 6 lightning bolt spell.
Okay. So that's
that
12
count
plus
like a
22.
Thing.
That's 34 damage.
Not as much as I wish. There's so many ones in that fucking damage roll.
Right.
She can't do empowered spell with that, right? Because it's an object, not her own spells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you extend the wand of lightning and electric energy crackles off of it as this line of lightning shoots straight through these two creatures here.
If she shoots it from here, it hits beyond the other side of the lava pit over there.
Yeah.
Because it's 100 feet.
and Iskander is just kind of like, whoa, as this lightning bolt shoots out straight past. Nothing else is there, right? And this goblin takes cover. These two things are jolted out of their trance, I suppose is the best word for it.
I swear to God, if you tell me that this like energizes them or something, I am gonna.
Their eyes fix on you and they begin to move towards you. But as they move, you see like the electricity is crackling around them. It seems to have like charged them somehow, not in a positive way. As their movements are suddenly much jerkier and clumsier as they continue to move towards you.
Oh my god, imagine if he...
And as they're moving towards her, she's gonna also back off. And give Mazra like a meaningful look as she comes back out the door a little bit. She'll stand back here. That's her turn.
Okay. Didn't that one just go? Did I give the wrong? I gave the wrong goblin archer a turn. So the next one, it's supposed to be this one that goes, but he already went. So the next one is going to, the next one is going to advance and take a shot at Foodle as well. Ooh, critical hit.
Son of a bitch.
So that is an 8 + 6.
Oh. Okay, so 14, right? Also, Ghost, I noticed that Foodle has numbers in his red circle now. Do you know what those are?
That is passive perception.
Oh, cool. Nice.
That's so that I can tell like if an enemy is sneaking up on you and I need to know what your passive perception is. So that I can either look at your character sheet, which will take forever, or I can ask you what's your passive perception, which will clue you in. There's a reason why I want to know that. Or I could just click on your token.
I'm definitely going to do that.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I got to write that down.
Yeah. I use, not to delay this too long, but I use the red circle for passive perception, the green circle for HP, and the blue circle for armor class.
Yeah, I did the other two, but...
Yeah. Right. That's that one's turn. This one here, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Just advances towards you, not really able to do anything else. This one that is attacking Iskander makes 2 slam attacks, one of which hits. And Iskander's going to have the damage from that one. Iskander is starting to look pretty banged up as he takes another. This thing turns around and backhands him across the face, and he kind of stumbles to his knees for a moment before getting back up. The archer takes a shot at Foodle for 16. I believe that's a miss.
Yeah.
And it's
Foodle
Foodle's
doesn't
turn.
even move as it sails by him.
Yeah.
He's still looking at the one that's like in his chest. Okay, so he looks up and he's still got Hunter's Mark on this one. Is this one looking pretty rough or no?
Yep.
Okay.
Pretty rough. Still in fighting form, but not looking good.
All right, Foodle is just going to be a crack of gimbal shot right at this construct here.
Yeah.
And then Hunter's Mark. There we go.
Okay.
Ah, shit. It's still up. Okay. He's gonna fire again. Oh, man.
That's a hit. How do you want to do this?
Oh, thank God. He is going to shout, "Iskander, duck!" And he's gonna fire right into this thing's head.
Okay, yeah. So Skander, when he goes down from the backhand, he's moving to stand up, but when he hears that, he just flattens to the deck, and he looks up to see a shot from Gimbal Shot hit it in the back of its head as it's raising its fists to slam down on Iskander, and the whole head comes off, and there's a gout of molten iron that sprays out, and Iskander just rolls out of the way before he's burnt, and this thing is down.
Okay. And Foodle's going to use his bonus action. He's going to release Gimbal Shot so it reloads. And he's going to, he's going to close his eyes. Leaves are going to start, like, circling around him. And he's going to use Second Wind to heal a little bit. And he's going to move. Oh, God, I don't know. You're saying Iskander's not looking great. He's going to stay where he is. And that's his turn. I'll do the healing.
Okay. Iskander is... What does he have? Does he have any healing potions on him? He does have one. So Iskander is going to roll that healing potion. As a bonus action. Who rolled a d10 plus 5? Who's messing about right now?
That was Foodle's Second Wind.
Oh, okay.
So he gained 13 hit points.
Now, is second wind a bonus action or anything?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and Iskander is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And he's gonna stop there. Mazda, you're up.
Okay.
This one is alive right here. It's standing on the dead
Right.
body of the other one. Still advancing towards you, still kind of like zzz, zzz.
Right. Okay. She'll take a jab at it.
All right, that's a hit.
God.
Ooh.
Yeah, not a good one.
Dang it.
Oof.
Ghost, is there a construct here, or is that like a figment of...
No, it is a
Roll20?
construct.
Oh, it is? Okay.
It is one there. I get the feeling these guys are semi-transparent too. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with my downloads.
No, you know
Or my
what? When I
uploads or
zoom
something.
in, they're solid. They just, I
Yeah.
don't know. That was weird.
Yeah,
Anyway, doesn't matter.
it's
Sorry.
yeah. There's one here. There's one here. There's one here right now. I think that's all of them that you guys can see. I'm not saying
Okay.
there's more or less than that. I'm just saying that's all you can see.
If you run your mouse over top of the turn order thing, it highlights the things that you can see. So
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that is
All
really
right.
handy.
Mazo, quick 1-2 with the daggers. Anything else? Just
I
dance
think
away.
that's where she was. Yeah.
All right.
That's such good positioning. That's awesome.
Okay, this one. 5, 10, and Foodle, you see a fresh one, undamaged, unblemished, moving up. 15. Actually, this one's gonna come after you, Foodle. 15, 20, 25, 30. Advancing towards you. This one in here, you see turn around and move towards Iskander, and it makes 2 attacks against him, but something interesting happens. The static and the little arcs of electricity around it, its attacks are much more stiff and clumsy now. And it actually misses with one of the attacks that it otherwise would have hit with, and Iskander only takes the 8. Let me just post this for you. These things have aversion to lightning. The golem takes lightning damage. It has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the end of its next turn.
I did something right, y'all. I did something right. Huzzah!
Hell yeah.
Okay.
I was really hoping for the lightning to be
Matt's
different
turn.
than the fire.
Unfortunately, at this point, the little zappies on both of them have dissipated. But it is Kiona's turn.
Well, Kiona can't do more zappies, but okay. She's going to kind of dance into here
Surge.
and do
Wild Magic Surge.
Oh, fuck.
Number 5.
Shit.
Number 5.
Thank you,
Don't
chat.
worry, chat's helping us.
Yeah, thank you. Much appreciate. We totally forget if that was the case. Oh, Kiona is now a blue halfling. That is how that
Okay.
works. That is
There's
a
a-
23 on the search table. She
And-
just turned blue.
And Kiona is a Smurf.
Blue halfling with bright red fiery hair. And she is dancing back into the room. 5, 10, 15, 20. Hold on, let me... 10 feet is the range of her rope dart of multiplication. So that is what she's going to do with her, the splitting thing that it does.
Hey, that's a hit. Yeah, so you lash out. Now this wasn't the split version though, because I believe the split version has 3 different.
That's what it's supposed to be.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, it is.
You're right.
Yeah.
I'm wrong.
I rolled a 1 on one of those damage die, which
So the blades at the end of this rope dart sort of fan out, shing, and slash across this construct's chest, and it staggers back a little bit as a gout of molten metal blood spills out. Okay. Anything else
She
for your
would've-
turn?
let out a satisfying yeah while she did that, and then she will come back and stand by.
You do still have your spells as bonus actions, don't you?
Bonus action spell if I want to. The only one I have is Misty Step, and I'm not going to use that right now.
Okay. Right. This goblin archer takes a pot shot at Foodle, lines him up, looses an arrow for 22. That's gonna hit, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So Foodle just coming under fire from across the bridge. This construct continues to advance unabated towards Mazra. It's going to make its slam attack. First one is against Mazra, second against Kiona. So 10 and a 14. 10 against Mazra, 14 against Kiona.
A match hits, right?
Yep, a match hits.
Cool.
So that is 10 bludgeoning damage.
Good thing you drink that potion. Oh
Yep.
my God.
Right. Another arrow coming in at Foodle.
Okay.
14.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, no good. And Foodle, it's your turn. Your turn to
Okay,
answer back. You've got this construct moving, lumbering towards you, and you got these two goblins taking pot shots at you.
Yeah. Boodle's going to pull out his bow, his long bow, and does this make sense? Oh God, I don't know. He's gonna use his, well, we'll see. So he's gonna pull out his longbow and he's gonna fire at this one here. Do either of these goblins look injured at all?
No.
Okay, so he's gonna fire at this one here. Subtract an arrow. Boop.
Yep, that's a hit.
Nice.
And he goes down.
Oh, okay.
You hit him with an arrow and he goes and he just spins, hits the ground dead.
And then Foodle's going to immediately loose another arrow at the other goblin.
All right. That kills him as well.
Oh,
Arrow in the gut.
God.
And
Okay.
just forward falls into the
Yes.
metal.
Hiya. Okay, so Foodle is going to sort of slip his bow back over him. With his bonus action, he's going to sort of hold out his hand and say, "You're next." And he's going to cast Hunter's Mark on this guy.
Okay.
He is going to action surge as, leaves and vines start growing out of his gauntlets, and he grabs Gimbal Shot. And so this thing has Hunter's Mark on it now, and he's going to fire Gimbal Shot at it. And
Okay.
it was undamaged though, so he can't
it is
do...
undamaged, yeah.
Okay. Okay, and he is going to fire again. So another musket shot. There we go.
Okay.
Hunter's
Yeah,
Mark.
that hits.
And Colossus Slayer. And he's going to throw a superiority dice on it. He's going to try to clip its leg. So it needs to make a strength saving throw against 15.
It passes 21.
Shit. All right. But it does take the extra damage, and Foodle is going to go... Where's Foodle going to go? $5, 15, 20, 25, 25. And that's his turn.
Okay. Iskander is going to make an attack against this construct. Hit that with his scimitar. Pour some sneak attack on that. Oh my goodness. That is such a good sneak attack roll.
Oh shit.
29 slashing damage. Kind of just angles his scimitar up and stabs it kind of like a little bit downward into sort of the neck area. And there's a spray of molten metal coming out of that, and he retracts his blade quickly so as to not get it stuck in here. And he dances back using his fancy footwork as this thing kind of tries to take a swing at him, but it misses wide. 5, 10, 15. Looks over his shoulder, sees the two dead goblins, one of them floating in the channel of molten iron. Says, "Oh, well done, Mr. Shepard." And he kind of tucks himself back here. And it's Maz's turn.
Thanks, Iskander. Careful.
She doesn't like that Kiona is so close, but she's gonna go, like here. Does that count?
Now, because this pillar is here, you can't really maneuver
Okay.
that way.
So I can go.
But that's an op attack because you haven't attacked it yet, right?
Well, let's see how it's worded. Well, no, I can just. That's that. Well, can I go? Can I go like here?
You can go up and around, yeah.
Ah, sorry.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
My goodness.
Plus, was just teleporting.
I had trouble. No, I had trouble seeing because the squares that you snap into don't always match the tiles.
Yeah.
So I can't tell where I am.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was like 15 feet. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry.
That was 10 feet. If
Nope.
it was from where you
It's
moved. Oh,
15.
she went around the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Okay, make your attacks. You get advantage now because you're flanking with Kiona.
Good. Thank gosh.
Okay.
And then
Nice. That's good damage.
Okay.
and I think she's gonna because she's here, she's gonna kind of make a noise at this thing to try and get it to like focus on her rather than Kiona.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So you hit it with the 1-2 with the daggers. This thing is looking very hurt. Its body is beginning to sag a little bit. Its movements a bit more stiff. But for now, this one moves next, and it's fixated on Foodle. So it goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm actually just gonna do this. There we go, just to avoid confusion. And it stops there. And then the other one, the one that Iskander was fighting, follows it out. 5, 10, 15, 20, and makes his 2 attacks on Iskander. 16 and a 17. Now, Iskander has this feat. And instead of having damage, he's going to use his reaction because his AC is 17. So he's going to void that attack instead.
Can he avoid them both?
For
no,
that
just
one
the one?
attack. Yeah.
Or that
he
attack, not okay. It's not shield.
His AC is 17 anyway, so this attack doesn't hit him. The first attack doesn't hit him anyway.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Nice. That's sick.
Yeah. So he ducks beneath the first one. The second one's coming in, and he manages to parry it, force the fist aside. Kiona, your turn.
Kiona is going to use her rope dart again against it. This will be the second time she uses that damage thing. She can use it 3 times with the split thing. Ooh, that's not great.
Tell you what, it's good enough.
Is it?
And you do get advantage for flanking.
Oh.
As long as it's a melee attack.
Should I do that with the advantage?
Yeah, you might get a 20.
How do you want to do this?
Oh.
Oh, well okay. Well then, she whips out her little rope dart and she does a little like spinny thing, and she's like, "Oh, get away, you!" Oh, and she doesn't even have words. She just and whips it at the thing.
Yeah, but before any of this happens,
fuck the surge. God damn it, the last surge. That was a 2 again, so I have to ignore that one because it was the same as the first one that made all of this happen.
Oh, right. Tell me it was the fireball. Tell me it was the fireball.
No, it's not.
Oh, thank God.
It was a 70.
Yeah.
Okay.
So another race change.
What is 70?
Let's do the wild magic surge first before the race change.
70
she already
is
rolled it.
each creature within 30 feet of you becomes invisible for the next minute.
Okay. So
No. No.
all right.
For a minute.
Now you knew it was there and you rolled at disadvantage. At disadvantage you rolled a 9, which meets its armor class. So you still hit it, you still kill it. However, more importantly than that, what does Kiona turn into?
Invisibly that no one can see.
Is it you and creatures within 30 feet of you?
Oh, true.
I don't think so. Because I think
It
this
is
popped while
each
we were in the
creature
middle.
within 30 feet of you.
Yeah, yeah, so it doesn't count you. Because this popped when we were in the in the middle of Lysantia, in the middle of a crowded street, and all sorts of people disappeared, and a little girl was like, "Mommy, where did you go?"
So I know Stryker particularly will be very happy to hear this. Kiona is once again a tiefling.
A blue tiefling.
A blue tiefling. Again, I think she was blue the last time she was tiefling too.
With red hair. Yeah. Yeah. All right. It all comes full circle.
Right? All right. It's changing stats. And that is... I mean, yeah, that's her turn. She took it out, right?
Yeah.
Even though she heard it clatter to the floor, even though it's an invisible thing.
And then
I guess it would regain its visibility. I don't know.
It reapparates in front of you. But Mazra is gone.
I'm sorry. And then that's her turn.
Poodle, it's your turn. You have this thing advancing towards you across the bridge.
Oh shoot. Okay, so I just realized I was muted. Okay, so Foodle is going to fire gimbal shot at this thing that is advancing at him. And then Hunter's Mark. And he's gonna fire again. Oh, dagnabbit, I cannot get a crit. And he's going to use his last superiority die to make this thing. He's going to try to clip it in the legs again.
Okay. So that is.
That's good damage.
And then
20.
20 damage. Wow. 30 damage this turn. Okay.
Hoping for a crit.
And that's another strength saving throw.
Yeah.
16.
Ah, shit. Okay.
These things are strong.
Yeah, they are. And Foodle's gonna go 5, 10. Does Foodle have a plan here? Not really. 15. Nah, 15, 20, 25. And he's gonna shut the door.
Just shut the door. Okay.
It can't see me. It's fine. Do I have anything for a bonus action?
Rapscallion.
No. Alright, and that is Foodle's turn.
Gonna make me draw this line again.
Sorry.
There we go. Okay. Iskander. Once again, no one can see the exploits of Iskander Blackford. As he attacks this thing with his scimitar. 6 damage. Let's pour on some sneak attack. 18. What's 6 plus 18? I don't know. 24. Oof. You can't see it, but this thing looks very hurt. Oh, Mazur and Kiona, so one of you guys can see it. It's looking very, very hurt indeed. And he's going to use his cunning action to dash. Because he doesn't need to spend that bonus action to disengage. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. He just sprints in behind this thing. None of you guys saw that, but
Wish I hadn't
Stream
closed the
didn't
door
see it
now.
either.
Holy shit.
yeah, stream doesn't see it either. All right, Maz's turn.
Okay. Does Mazra know she's invisible?
No.
Okay. So then she looks at Kiona and she goes to give her a thumbs up at halfling height, and then she looks up and she goes, and then not realizing she's invisible, and then she goes, hang on.
It's amazing.
And Kiona doesn't even acknowledge her existence, really. She's just kind of looking like.
Oh.
So
She just assumes
has to know something.
Kiona is having one of her moments.
She,
and then
she just in a fucking
goes-
clip.
And then, so that's her regular move.
Yep.
And does she get advantage because she's invisible?
Yes, because she's an unseen attacker at this point.
All right.
Okay, an 18 hits.
Nice. Much better.
All right, tell us how you dispatch this thing because it
Yes.
is dead.
Good. She's learned a little bit from taking out these things and thinks she knows where like a weak spot is, and so she aims at that.
Okay.
And does her best to buckle it.
Yeah, there's a bit of a. That's not the last one. There's one more that Poodle's been running away from. But there's like it's got like this sort of armored spinal column thing going on down its back. And you can slip a dagger sort of just right in behind its neck. Right there and sever that spinal column. Mechanical vertebra. And when you do that, a spray of molten metal sprays out from the wound. You careful not to cut it in such a way as to spray it onto yourself. And it sinks to its knees and just face plants onto the flagstones.
Okay. And then she goes, so she's got the rest of her dash. She'll go. And stop there.
All right. And this one, it's the last one standing. This Ironforged continues to... Who does it go after? Okay. The question is, does it have object permanence? Yes, it does. Its passive perception is like okay, but there's so much going on and like explosions in the background and things like that it continues to pursue Foodle regardless of a scanner running behind it. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Advancing on Foodle. But that's where its turn stops. Kiona, you're up.
Thanks, Pie, for the hydrates. Kiona doesn't see Jack or shit. So she's going to limp her way into the room. 5, 10. Oh wait, she can't go around the brazier, right? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And that is all she can do because
she can't see anything.
And she can't see anything. So
you can always dash.
You can dash.
She's trying. Oh, I guess she can, right?
Yeah.
She can dash. Okay.
Double your movement dash.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And she still can't really see anything. She does have dark vision now, so I don't know if that would help her, but no, I don't think that, yeah, the line of sight stuff in this room.
Okay.
So yeah, she's just clutching at some wound that's bleeding and it hurts really bad. And she kind of just limped as quickly as she could into the room to make sure her friends were okay. And that's where she is.
Awesome. All right, Foodle, cowering behind a closed door yet again.
Tactically retreating.
Tactically.
Did Foodle hear like some clomping like right outside the door?
Yes.
Okay. Foodle is gonna kick the door open. No, wait, he's not gonna do that. He learned from Goldriel. He's gonna open the door. He knows better than to do that. Although, which way does the door open? I don't know. He wants to kick it open. But I don't know if it's reasonable. He's just gonna open. And if he
Got
sees
him.
the Sorry. Well, I realized if I said Foodle kicks the door open, Ghost is gonna have the door open towards Foodle, and Foodle's just gonna like
just bounce back.
Yeah. So Foodle opens the door.
Okay.
And if there's a golem there or whatever these things are, he's gonna shoot him.
All right. Yep. Let me
All right,
just
here we
go. Let me just go back to the dynamic lighting layer.
Sorry.
There we go.
Oh shit! It's not in range. That's good. Okay.
And
So
his
he's gonna
Scander's here
fire.
now.
Oh yeah. Oh,
He
wow,
started.
look at
He
Scander.
started
went
here,
really
and
far.
he just ran. He just ran all the way up here.
Dude, this Scander is nutty.
I have a new appreciation for playing rogues. This was the first time I ran a rogue in 5e. 14 plus 5 is 19.
And he's gonna
Okay. Takes one
Gibbleshot's
shot.
gonna reload. He's gonna fire again.
Molten metal pouring out of its wound. The second one, Cauliflumps. How do you want to do this?
I don't know how reasonable it is, but Foodle really wants to blast this thing back into the lava. And he's gonna be like, "Oh, why won't you die?" He's just firing into this thing.
It just keeps firing into it, and it staggers back. It staggers back, and it falls into the lava. This one didn't actually fall in the lava. It was sort of just on the bridge there, but we moved it just to avoid confusion. All right.
And Foodle's gonna say, "Wait, oh, sorry. Is everyone okay? Was that the last one?" It does the little thumbs up later. I mean, it is a robot, right? So.
Oh. And the Scander just sort of collapses to his knees at this point. Oh my gods. What was that?
I don't know. It was awful.
I didn't see a fire element until I thought maybe we would, but I don't think I can fight one now. she's
Yeah.
like clearly very not good at the
We should
moment.
probably take some time to rest. I think, says Madra's voice out of thin air.
Right.
Wait,
He's still
what?
invisible.
Astra?
Does
no, 'cause you
invisibility?
attacked.
No, because you attacked. Right.
Dang
Yeah.
it.
Saying you
Yeah.
weren't
Oh.
invisible
Yeah.
anymore.
You're visible again.
Yeah.
You're visible again.
Darn.
Right, but
Lost her, I
Fiona
didn't
didn't
see
know where
her.
you went and is relieved to see you on the other side of that wall.
Yeah, no, we definitely need to rest. Is there a good spot maybe in the... Oh gosh, I'm trying
Maybe
to
the
remember.
treasure room. It's
Yeah?
pretty secret, right? I mean, mostly safe unless you know how to get in.
Yeah, I guess it depends if it's their treasure or not. Although, wait, there was a door into it, so
Well, I mean, just
they must know about
for
it.
a minute to rest.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The only other alternative that I could think that would be defensible might be the ruined chapel back that way, but
I think that's
I
too
don't know.
far.
Yeah?
I just
Okay.
don't think that's a great idea. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, we could stay in here with the forge and move over to where the river is.
I'm torn. On the one hand, it gives us, good sight lines to see if enemies are coming, but they will definitely see us if anything comes through here.
What if we go down over by there? Isn't there somewhere we can tuck in by that river?
You think so?
Maybe.
We could check it. I haven't been down that way.
I was looking down the river a bit when I was over there, but
Oh yeah, the river keeps going down there. Look at that. Yeah. I mean, if the water's clean, it would be nice to, like, wash our wounds and stuff. If Oodle comes over here, Ghost, how clean does the water look?
Roll a... actually, let's roll a survival check.
Okay.
On that one.
oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is another grate over here. I knew it.
21 total, 16 plus 5.
21. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks fresh, clean. The water tastes a bit sweet, as clean spring-fed water tends to do.
I do love fresh spring water.
Oodle's gonna, like, give a thumbs up and drink some and kind of get some on a wound and sort of wince.
You
I think-
all, next to this stream, feel an immense sense of relief because the forge is swelteringly hot. Like, we are talking like 50 degrees Celsius in the air, maybe more, right? So it is swelteringly hot. The exception is Kiona. You felt pretty comfortable back there.
Right. And even
Oh,
more
like
so
the rest-
because she was a
everybody else is
dragonborn when
like,
she started and a
oh.
tiefling now, so they also get the built-in.
Oodle's like, get the water.
Yes, but even so, as a dragonborn being in the forge the first time,
Right.
you could see the sweat pouring off of Mazda's face during that battle, and you did not feel that hot.
Right. Only when she was a halfling for that brief moment, but she was only that back in the other room. Really.
Even when you were a dragonborn.
Yeah. No, but she
You
would have
felt-
felt the heat when she was a
Yes.
halfling.
Yes.
Is what I'm saying. Except for the fire
No.
thing that she's got.
No. You did not feel the heat when you were a half.
Right.
Oh,
Because of the
Your
elemental adept thing.
I don't think that's the thing. Post it in chat.
Might be another reason.
Yeah, no.
Oh, I thought it was a thing.
Nope.
Oh no. Okay. I must have been reading it in the other things, in the Dragonborn and the Tiefling thing.
This water feels so good. It is so swelteringly hot in there.
Wait,
Ah.
what? You said that Kiona didn't feel the heat at all, ever.
It felt comfortable. Like, not that hot.
I don't know about heat, but alright. This might be a good place to camp, though, right?
Yeah, but you're not hot?
Well, no, but I don't know. I do a lot of fire things, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, could be. Fudo's gonna like splash some more water on himself. Well, I think, maybe tucking ourselves in here or here is probably a good idea. And I gotta patch myself up. Kiona, you're looking pretty rough too.
Yeah, I could use a minute.
Okay.
Right.
She'll hunker down over here by this wall and the river, like kind of tucked in, so that she's like behind whatever that is. Is that a grindstone or something?
Yeah, grinding wheel.
Yeah.
These
So
these are large blast furnaces that they're
Right.
like a good 8 feet tall.
Really, really big. Yeah.
So Foodle's line of sight is sort of like the bridge, kind of.
Right. And Kiona can see past the bridge to the other side of that other lava pool on the top left, so.
All right, so we're gonna attempt a short rest, and Foodle's gonna try to use some hit dice.
Ditto.
Yeah. Ditto Iskander. Jeez, he took it on the chin.
3. Oh God.
1.
There we go.
I got 2, 3. Oh my God! Look at my great. Sorry, that's 20 points of health I got back.
Oh, Kiona, that's huge. Or I guess Flutter. That's amazing. And then I'm gonna click the short rest button, and all my shit's back. That's so cool. No spell slots though, but
Right, no spell slots on a short rest, man. I got nothing else on a short rest.
Ghost, can Foodle do something else as well, either before or after the short rest? If he spends 10 minutes picking through the bodies, he should be able to recover half of his ammo.
My hit dice rolls are awful.
Oh God, yeah.
I'm gonna do one more. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, that's more like it.
Dude, Foodle went through a shitload of ammo. That was 4 arrows and 11 musket. And we round down for ammo, right? Or do we round up?
Round down for ammo.
Down for ammo, okay. So 5. Oh. That was nutty. Bruce! Pug, shut your... Oh my gosh. Like, not all of us can be OP artillerists, alright? Okay. Well, Foodle's feeling a lot better.
Good.
Kiona's gonna let me see what the 2 points for every first level spell slot, and she needs how many for that?
Kiona, do you still have... Flutter, does Kiona still have hit dice?
Yeah, she still has 2 more. Should she use them? Should I use them? I guess I could use them.
Well, if you don't and you're downed, it's gonna feel bad.
Yeah. All right, I might as well, I guess.
I don't know.
Oh, what beautiful rolls I'm getting today with that, though. Holy cow!
Wow, that's nice.
Okay, so that's really good. That brings her almost back up. And so she's going to convert some first level spell slots to sorcery points. 3 of them, in fact, because she almost never uses the sleep spell, and that'll give her 6 sorcery points back. Which she will save for determining what slots she might need later, because she can do them with a bonus action.
Okay.
That's the best I can do in terms of getting some slots for spells later. If I need a dimension door, I can bonus action. Or polymorph, whatever. Yeah.
Any other short rest stuff, friends?
I think that's
I
it
think
for
we
me.
did we figure out what all the items were? I think we did, right?
Yeah. That was in the beginning.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think Foodle would chit chat with Iskander for
Sure.
a bit, but you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's yeah.
So after taking some time to rest, catch your breath, bandage your wounds, it's time to press forward.
Odd. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm feeling better. It's still bloody hot in here, but I was able to refill this, and he'll hold up his water skin.
That's good. Might need
Very
to-
prudent.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where they're gonna still store an elemental if it isn't in here, so just be aware.
Yona, I had a thought.
Hmm.
Just now when I was refilling my water thing here. What is it called? I just said the name of it. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Water skin.
Thank you, water skin. Do we have any empty bottles? We could maybe fill them with water? And you could try throwing them at... If it comes to it, maybe throwing them at a water or a fire elemental?
Yeah. That's probably a good idea. But I don't have any bottles.
No? I have 3.
Are they the size of like healing potion bottles?
Yeah, they are the minor.
Boodle, if we face an elemental, that little bottle of water isn't going to do nothing to it.
That's true, and like, what would it break on? I guess you could unstopper it and throw it. I don't know. I was thinking, you know, you got a lot of fire magic, and I don't know. I was just trying to think of something.
Right, well, I'm just going to have to come up with some better ideas, that's all.
Okay. Okay. Well, I do have a potion of climbing. So you could maybe like...
We do have one of those in the
climb a wall?
bag of holding.
Yep.
We've got a potion of climbing and a potion of diminution in the bag of holding.
But it's not like a potion of
also-
spider climbing, right? It's just like you have to be able to climb the surface.
Right.
Yeah.
You just do it faster. I think.
The rule about the things that you have to acclimatize yourself to, what is it called? Attune to.
Yeah.
So if it's an object, so Kiona is attuned to 3 things.
Yeah.
She has another thing in the bag of holding that she has previously attuned to.
Mm-hmm.
Can she just take off one of the other things and swap it out?
She
Or
can,
does she
but
have
she
to spend
has to
that
go
hour
through
with
the
it again?
time. Yeah, she has to
He
spend the hour
has to spend
with
the
it.
hour again. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I was wondering. Okay.
And a short rest is an hour.
Right.
And I don't
so
think... Did you do anything else that spends that hour of time?
I mean,
I don't think
outside
so.
of
I think you
healing up?
recover. Yeah, you recover sorcery points. Yeah, so you can do that if you want.
Okay.
What is it that she's taking off? Would it help Foodle? Because he has attunement slots available. I don't know.
Well, she would have to. No, in fact,
Wouldn't
this
help
would make
Foodle.
sense for her to do because she put away that wand of lightning bolts because she can't use it without the fear of destroying it anymore.
Right.
Until it recovers points, and she's going to reattune herself to the Kraken Seer's eye patch. Just in case they can use it, because she realized at some point in here that she might have been able to look through one of those goblins' eyes when they were in the other room and see what was going on. So she has a moment where she's like, oh, this object is no longer useful to me. This one is, potentially.
Kiona, you're looking jaunty.
She doesn't have it on necessarily. She just has it available.
Okay.
She might have it it's available for her to just pull down, but like whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. As a tiefling, maybe that's a cool look. I don't know.
I like it. Now, okay. I remember we saw a door up, like when Iskander and I opened the door. I saw a double door across the way. Did you see that too, Iskander?
Yes, it's right up this way.
Oh yeah.
Iskander like quick teleports up there. No.
Right. Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, Iskander leads the way back up there, and you see a double door right there. My ping is not working right now. I want to ping for you guys, but it's not working.
What kind of doors are these?
Is a large set of stone double doors about 12 feet tall up in the air.
I just want to note that during that long rest that short rest at some point, Kiona would have walked over to Foodle and been like, you don't get to be taller than me very often.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
this
know
is
if
weird.
Foodle. I don't know if Foodle even. Well, you're a tiefling now.
Oh wait! Oh never!
Yeah.
Oh never mind.
Oh,
Sorry,
right.
I had a halfling in my head. It is tiefling. Never mind.
I don't think Foodle even saw at
I
any
don't think
point.
he even saw it. Yeah.
No.
That's
Sorry.
Yeah.
My bad.
I like the horns.
Okay.
Thanks.
There doesn't appear to be any lock on this door whatsoever.
Is it trapped?
No.
Can Boodle get up on top of
detect-
the anvil?
You detect no mechanisms, no wires, no nothing on this door, Mazra. Yeah, Foodle, you can climb up to the top.
Nice. Advantages of being small. And Foodle's gonna get a shot ready.
Okay.
Everyone prepare yourselves.
Firebolt on hold, but only if we can't reverse inevitable action.
What do you mean?
If the door is opened and nobody notices it, she won't throw anything. But if the door is open and
So
people
you're-
see, she's gonna throw.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
we should probably do a stealth. Oh God, yeah.
Is that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, is
Yeah,
that
if you
how it
wanna
works,
do a stealth
Megan?
check. Yeah.
Okay.
You still
Alright,
you still
stealth
burn
check.
a spell slot.
Oh,
If
it is
you-
a
if
cancel. You can cancel it.
Can cancel
Right.
it, but
A
you still burn a
firebolt-
spell slot.
A
But a
firebolt
firebolt
is
a cantrip.
Thank you, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, not great stealth. God, fuck. Why? Why with the stealth today? Kiona's standing back far enough and she just kind of falls over hers. Oh my god.
Oh, what?
The doors are not open yet. We're stealthing on the inside of the door.
I know, but it's
Okay.
not like we can just keep re-stealthing. You
All right.
think
It's
you're
fine.
stealthy.
You
Yeah.
can't
No.
re-stealth, and you don't know how good a job you're doing at stealth.
Exactly.
We're falling over ourselves. She's not going to open the door.
Okay. All right.
God.
You
What are
open the
these
door
rules?
to a long corridor.
Oh shit. Okay.
So long, in fact, that your dark vision, those of you with dark vision and torches and things like that, you can't even see to the end of this corridor. You do see a little junction right here, that kind of leads off southward to the left.
I wonder where that ogre went. Somebody's gonna know we're coming.
They already know we're coming.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
I mean, my thing though is that if they knew we were coming, they could have sent people after us already.
But it doesn't
why
make
haven't they?
sense.
Well, but it does make sense if they don't care about the goblins.
They do
Right,
seem to
it
be
was-
at war with each other, right?
Yeah, I mean, there was no orcs in here, no ogres, no nothing
That doesn't
except
mean they won't
goblins and the
necessarily
robots.
care about us, though.
Right.
And that ogre knows we're not goblins.
Yeah.
At this point, as you set foot down this corridor, we're gonna call it a game for this week.
Oh shit. Okay.
Oh boy.
No.
I'm just
That was
gonna-
a big,
I'm just
fat
gonna-
combat session. That was huge.
This doesn't need to be your order,
Holy
That was
cow.
really fun too.
Yeah.
Can't get out of the
Holy-
walls. No.
Oh boy.
That was crazy. Yo, I thought we were gonna die. I really did.
Oh, thank you so much,
worried.
everybody. I was very
Ooh.
nervous.
That was looking
That
rough.
was
that lightning
set up.
rod though.
Yeah, that was set up in such a way you could have snuck past it, but you guys didn't have we didn't have the rolls for it. We did really bad with
Yeah.
stealth.
Yeah, that was really it.
Yeah.
Well, I guess Foodle and Iskander maybe could have, but
Can
like
I
we're
just-
not gonna leave that.
I had a whole. I just want to say, because when your spell doesn't work and you have a plan in your head that would have been cool if it had worked,
Yeah.
I was going to turn that guy into a spider, realizing that that's a one hit point creature.
Yeah.
Took him by a leg and was gonna put him inside one of the treasure chests as I ran out of the room
Yeah.
and closed the chest.
Yeah.
So he was just in there. He would have reappeared an hour later as a person or as that armor thing. But I really had a plan. I really wanted that to work.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you
my
everyone for
God.
hanging out. Thank you for sticking it out with us. Oh my goodness, the chair fall.
Yeah.
Let her fall out of her chair because you're so. Oh my
I
goodness,
just don't even.
that was so good. But what's going on with these constructs with the 6 eyes? Oh my goodness.
No, not okay.
What could it
and
be?
Kiona was
What could
scared
it
of it.
mean?
Obviously, this is a thing for her. Thank you so much for that, Ghost. Much appreciate the little psychological terror you're doing to my character every episode.
So, folks,
amazing.
I'm gonna keep this short and sweet because I'm not feeling the best right now.
I'm so sorry.
But that's okay. That's okay. Power through. But please check out the fundraiser that Flutter Die is doing on her channel. Flutter, do you want to talk about that a bit? I've had a timer going off throughout the stream.
It is a Pride Month fundraiser, raising money for the Trevor Project. I will match up to $500 in donations as of right now because of Mumbles for their second donation. I am up to $165.
Hell yeah.
You guys are amazing already.
Mumbles is-
yes,
Mumbles is
that
so
is over
cool.
until to 5. I don't know if you can actually. Is that a command or just a timer?
I just have the timer. That was a real
okay.
last minute thing. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I should have made
that's
it a
okay.
command and then a timer that
probably
pops
can
up.
actually link it.
But
Hold
if
on.
I'll race you.
Here, I got it.
You got it.
Haha,
Okay.
I'm there. Anyway, please go there if you are interested in that. There are also some other perks in terms of doing shots and other things that I could be amenable to along the way, and a cooking stream at the end.
Nice,
So
Yeah. And as a little personal housekeeping thing from me, if you're not already on the Discord, and if you have one of those little pepper sub badges, if you're a subscriber right now, you might want to head over to that Discord and check out the subscriber chat, because I'm planning a little something special in appreciation for subscribers. So go check that out, because this is a time limited thing. I need to know what you want by the end of the week, so I can order it. But thank you so much. Gosh, Cauliflumps, Woof, any housekeeping for you? Anything people need to know about? No?
I'm starting a D&D campaign, my first ever, and we're gonna have our first session on Sunday. We are not gonna be streaming it because not all the players feel comfortable. I mean, all of them. It's literally their first time ever playing, and so, we're gonna keep things chill. But there will be a Discord stream, so I'm going to. Oh my God,
Sir Gross, thank you so much.
So I'm gonna make a Discord role in my Discord if you guys want to chill and hang out and watch. So look out for that, basically. So yeah. And a lot of these guys are gonna end up being guests. It's gonna be great.
Can't wait. It's on Sunday, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be
It's gonna be
Sunday
like a
morning.
Sunday
before
morning.
our
Oh.
stream.
Before
Yeah,
our
because that was
stream.
the only
Time.
time that it worked. Yeah, we're starting at 8 a.m.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Gonna
us
be-
three, we with our game with our friends in the UK, we've done like
Yeah,
Like
we used to
6
start at like
a.m.
7 in the morning.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that
we've
was it was
we've
rough.
done that hustle because our
Yeah,
friends are
we've
in
heard
the
that. We
UK.
know that.
So maybe if I'm up in time, would you accept like a peanut gallery, like someone
Yeah.
like just listening in to how it's going?
Yes, so that and this will be part of the like a little announcement about the role and everything. Basically, everyone can be in there. You'll just be muted, and then there's going to be like a little chat for everyone to like, chat about stuff.
That's great.
I love it. I love it.
That'll be fantastic.
I love it.
Yeah, it should be
Because
fun.
I would love to be a fly on the wall to that if I'm up at that time, which I
Yeah.
usually am. I'm an early riser, so okay.
Nice.
That sounds amazing. Well, thank you everybody for coming by. I'm not gonna belabor this. Normally we like to raid and I like to hang out a little bit after the raid, but it's late. We're at an hour and a half over time, and I'm starting to feel a little bit under the weather here. So I'm just gonna dip, and we're gonna end it here. Wintermute, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Pepper Patch. I think I recognize you from Megan's writing streams. If so, welcome.
Nice.
Okay, well, could raid J Chili. They understand. Yeah, okay, that's a good point. Let's raid Joe.
True.
But I'm gonna be ducking off very quickly here. So, could somebody please let Joe know that I'm just tipping out right away? I would much appreciate that. Next week, we are going to be on the Cauliflumps channel for episode 73, otherwise
Or-
known as episode 69
69.5.
part 5 or something like that. Oh my god.
Before, I guess it would be 4. 5?
The territory of the
how many
great
it's
Judas
been.
of our time. Pug, one thing you need to learn about D&D is that now that Cauliflumps is your dungeon master, you can't do this. You have to stop with the Judas thing. He will make your life hell.
You gotta watch yourself.
You gotta watch yourself, Pug. You gotta watch it.
Or you can kiss your character goodbye.
Learn that lesson now, Pug, or else you'll be Kiona and Ghost Pepper for the rest of time.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, there you go. Now
There it is. All right,
There
everybody.
you go.
Thank you so much. We love you. We believe in you. See you next week. Bye.
Bye.